do just a quick test. Do you have teacher and full screen? Can you see Billie, Topa, Tate on your full screen? Okay, you're giving a head nod no. I'm going to try to change the visibility so you have the teacher in your full screen. If you don't, because your settings are otherwise different,
I see her now.
Thank you. Okay, everyone, thank you so much. Enjoy the class.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you today. We're starting at 10 o'clock Chicago time, and it's a wonderful time to be together. There's a lot of great information that I'm going to be sharing, and also you're going to receive a handout. I just gave it to Monique. You know, I have it all up here, and I have to put it on a piece of paper. So you will get that, and also. If you have any questions, please raise your hand, because I know we're going to cover a lot of ground today to really understand the sage, the shaman, and the mystic, and the training that pretty much all of them receive, and I'm not excluded from that. That's why I wanted to share some of this information with you. Many blessings to all of you. It's a pleasure and an honor. And before we start, we're going to do what's called a sacred invocation, a sacred intention, so that you get what you need in the class. But also, my guides are with me, and they remind me of things, and they tap me on the shoulder and say, "Don't forget that." And I go, I remember to talk about that. So, so I'd like you to go inward into the center of who you are, and I'd like you to just close your eyes, and I want you to do your wonderful intention for what you would like to get out of the class. And I'm going to do the same with what I'm doing. Wankantanka, Oshimala, Ochetalo, Ochetalo. A wonderful creator, thank you so very much for this beautiful day. And thank you for this wonderful opportunity to be of service. Thank you very much for this beautiful day and this lecture. And we invoke for our wonderful teachers in spirit, holy medicine people, all the wonderful beings who assist us in good and loving ways. And we invoke for your wonderful wisdom, your intervention, your guidance, your virtuous mentorship, and also your wonderful energies to supply all of our students today, and all of the students that are going to be listening to this recording with a lot of wonderful information, and we cover it in a timely and wonderful way. Blessings to our teachers, blessings to all the wonderful kingdoms that support us here on this wonderful planet, and also blessings to our families, our extended families. May they be blessed 1,000-fold with good health and wisdom and wonderful evolutionary thoughts in full faith with great love and respect. So be it now. And you can very gently open your eyes. And yes. So thank you very much for being with me. It's a pleasure and an honor. And everyone should have a blue folder, and you want to put your name on it so that if you do leave it behind with all your notes, we get it to you. And we're going to start by, first of all, covering the principles and laws, not all of them, because we'd have to spend a lot of time to do that, but the ones that are more important to you as you start your wonderful journey. The universal principles, the laws that run this part of the universe are very, very, very useful and very important for you to learn to help your journey, but also the journey of your loved ones. And as we progress, you're going to understand who you are a little bit more, your energetic anatomy, your mystical anatomy, and also how to direct that energy. It's all about using the wonderful laws that run the universe on a personal level, on a daily level. And as I've mentioned in other classes, practice is the mother of all skills. And as we start practicing and utilizing these wonderful principles, we get better and better in understanding what we can do to really help create a sacred space, one person at a time, on this wonderful earth. So I'm going to read a little bit, but then I'm going to add to it because these are notes that I wanted to share with you. And then we're going to cover the universal principles because that way we're all on the same page as to what the universe can offer. But also the later part of the class will be techniques that will allow for our energy field to be fully activated to these principles. And I think you're really going to enjoy it. So I welcome you. And the shaman and the sage and the mystic, they have been given training on the universal principles and how to bring them into their daily life. And the lives of other people, our families especially. Through this knowledge and application of this knowledge, the shaman, sage, mystic expands the mind and integrates techniques, wisdom, and energetic platforms throughout the daily life. Since the inception of the human race, it has been the shaman, the sage, and the mystic that has led the way to help advance the human race. Through their visions, wisdom, and support, the human race has continued to gain wisdom regarding how the universe and its principles work. The lecture and application of techniques is a part of my training that will help you to navigate the world within the wisdom and training of the preliminary stages of the shaman, sage, and the mystic. So think of this as, you standing next to your teacher and pointing out a situation and talking about a universal principle that is in play in that situation. The first part of the training for me was the knowledge that we are two things. We are part of the earth, and thus we have a physical body. So we're part of the earth. We are bound by the rules and regulations to a certain degree of the earth. For example, if you fall and break your shoulder, it's going to take 6 months for the bone matrix to happen, the repair to happen, depending upon your maintenance or repair cycles. It's 6 months to a year. But a sage could really enhance that by 4 months to repair things in 4 months. But they can't do it overnight because they're bound by some of the rules of the cells and also the bones and all of that. We can enhance it and bring it about a little bit better, but it still there's some particular basic operating systems because we're bound by what we're made of. We're made of the earth. So there's all kinds of rules about how things grow, but we can influence them. So for example, the wheatgrass that I grew, when he gave me the seeds, I energized them with energy. And in 3 days, I got that, which it takes about 2 weeks to get that. So the plants respond to that energy, and it's really good. That's why we want to utilize the energy that can flow through us to really help ourselves, our families, the world. And we're going to talk about those principles. So the first part is that we are made of two things. We're made of the earth. Our goal is to learn how to keep our body and mind in the best shape possible. We don't have to become medical doctors, but we do need to learn how our body works and what it needs to thrive in wellness. We are part of the universe. We are part of the spirit of the energy world. And thus it is also important to learn how to keep our energy, our spirit, and everything connected to our energy and spirit in wellness. Learning how the universe and the energy world works is one way to enhance our energy and our spirit. I'm sure all of you know, well, maybe not, but that it's important for us to feed our spirit. Because if we don't do that, we lose our sense of purpose, or we can't find it. And so it's important to understand that there are things that we can do to accomplish that task. And we're going to talk about all those laws and how that we can integrate them. I work with a lot of different people. You know, some of the people that come to see me fly in and are millionaires. And some of them are not so happy, and some of them are very happy. And one of the things that makes a big difference is working with your values. So there might be a millionaire that comes to see me and has homes all over the world, and is in relatively good health, and definitely not happy, not sleeping well. And I'll say, Jim, you know, you've got, you know, 5 houses all over the world. You've got, you know, a wonderful family that loves you. Why are you not happy? Well, I have to have $80 million in the checking account and $10 million in the savings. I'm not going to be happy until that happens. That's a person that's driven by goals, not values. He's missing the point. So when we understand and have clarity about our values, our goals fall into place. So when we, like, for example, for my job, my career is to help people to learn how the universe works, how they can help their families, and to learn the different principles of the indigenous people, which is universal. It's all, you know, we're Toyoshpaye, we're all related. And through my values, my goals get accomplished, and in a way that is very empowering and feeds my spirit. You know, so you want to think about being very clear, first and foremost, about what your values are and how you can integrate them into the workplace, into your life. And for example, if you're going to argue with, if you have a significant other and they're trying to pick a fight with you or something like that, you want to ask yourself, my response, is it part of my values? Am I going to work with my values as I respond? When you do that, you'll be able to work things out very well, because it's not a goal. Like, I'm not going to get pushed around because my mother got pushed around, and I'm not, my objective is not to get pushed around. So there's an argument there. That's a goal. That's not a value. If my value was, you know, argumentative stance, you know, my values were driven by, well, you know, we want to get things resolved. So let's talk about resolution. You know, let's do that instead of what you did last week that I didn't like. You know, so the goal is to be driven by your values. And you know, as you progress, you will understand that when you are moving for change that is positive, you have to use positive efforts to do that. And I know that sounds pretty simple, but that's not what we do sometimes, right? When we want to move into resolving things, you know, we will ask people that haven't resolved anything, an opinion, you know, which is just fine. However, you're going to get answers that are unresolved because they don't have the answers. You know, you're better off doing some meditation, asking your wisdom self about it, or someone who's accomplished that task. You know, that's a smarter thing to do. You know, so the goal, of course, is to know that you are 2 things. You are of the earth, but you are of the spirit. These are 2 things that you are. The Apache tradition, and my teacher said that the most sacred aspect of this follows the terminology of sacred balance. It's important for us to have sacred balance, and it is symbolic throughout our entire journey. And the Native people talk about the column of light along the spine. Well, the column of light reaches up to the heavens and down to the earth, and is along the spine. And this is why the column of light along the spine is very important, because it touches the earth and the spirit world, that sacred balance. And we start with the basics of reflecting on the column of light along the spine during the day and during our energy work, our healing work with ourselves and others, and during our meditation practice. So it's important for us to kind of reflect on it when we're doing things, to bring our constitution in line and have that balance as we progress with meditation and working of the universal principles. Are that connection to the heavens and to the earth is much stronger, much stronger. Firstly, let's review some of the laws that govern this part of the universe, and then implement mystical techniques, energetic techniques to these principles to help gain more insight and wisdom for the journey and for the people and the kingdoms around us. So the first law that, my teachers talked to me about, and I have had some wonderful teachers and they're still with me, is the great law. And the great law is whatever we put into the universe will come back to us. When we place the energy of intention upon an item, a project, or an activity, be it past, present, or future, we enhance the influence of the outcome, unless the universe has a higher purpose for that outcome. When you direct energy to an action, you enhance that action with that intention. People often operate from a sense of lack, so when they give, they feel like they have lost. When you give and you feel like you have lost, this is a contemplation of a pattern. Patterns are patterns, and you'll find them throughout, our existence. And it's important to ask if these patterns are going to be useful for us. When you give and you feel you have a loss, when you give and contemplate the law of good karma, that you will receive it back in twofold within 3 months, that's what happens when you do something. You get it back twofold, unless you ask for it to be more. And we'll talk about that later. You must direct and enhance that energy with the appropriate energy for an expressed outcome. A good example would be when people are under stress, they think terrible things which affect their body and mind in negative ways. Do your best to be aware of what kind of energy you're applying when you're working on all your activities, projects, relationships, money, etc. The key is intention. What is the intention when you send energy and do an activity? So let's just say that well, I have a student that asked me, well, I'm gonna write this letter to this person who hurt my feelings, and I'm gonna tell this person how much they hurt my feelings, and is that bad karma, teacher? And I said, well, it all depends on your intention. If your intention is to do harm, it's not good. If your intention is to just bring about a level of awareness, that's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's all in the approach and the intention. That's what's going to put it in one box or another, So, and I give a few examples throughout my participation of this universal law. I learn even more on how to participate with this great law. So energize the money you spend and give it to others with wisdom-filled intentions of prosperity. Bless your food and dedicate it to the animals and people who need help, evolution, and healing. Bless the water when you shower so that the water kingdom can help you more. So, this great law, you can really enhance it on a daily basis. So let's just say that you hear one of your senior citizen family members say, I want to get some stamps, but I can't afford it right now. Great opportunity for you to purchase some stamps and put them in the mail. But before you do, you put that envelope in the predominant hand and put your predominant hand above it and say, by the power of my good merits, I do this good, wonderful service work to facilitate the happiness of this person, because they're going to receive these stamps in the mail. They'll be happy that they can, you know, utilize that. And I dedicate it to my niece who needs some help. She's depressed. I asked for her to be sprinkled with lots of, you know, kind thoughts about herself, and that she's very receptive to the goodness of the world, and full faith, so be it now. So what you've done is you've impacted your good service work, and you've directed it to someone who needs help. So you've done two good things. Now, you know, what happens when we do a good service work, and it doesn't have to be to someone else. You could say, you know, hey, I have a block and obstacle to financial prosperity. I dedicate this good service work to breaking and dismantling that pattern and bringing some prosperity, because I'm a good person. If I have more money, I do more good things, so be it. You know, and so you're directing energy. You're always navigating energy. So when you do something good, and you don't mindfully direct that energy, a couple of things happen. A part of your effort to help someone goes into the big tank of the book of life. And the big tank of the book of life has all of your past lives. And it allows for some healing to happen to some of those past lives, so that you don't have to bring them into this lifetime to work them out. They get cleansed through your effort of good karma. Some of that energy comes back to you, and in 3 months, you will experience something as a good as a result of your efforts. That's the way the basic operating system works. The only thing that changes that is two things. Number one, that your aura has in it a sense of non-entitlement. In other words, in your aura, you say, I don't deserve, you know, to receive goodness. I don't just, and you heard me say that I want that person to have wonderful thoughts about themselves and also be receptive to the goodness of the world. And believe it or not, some people, they have so many good things that are bouncing off their aura because they feel they don't deserve it. There's some aspect of awareness that they eventually get that, like, wow, I do all these good things and nothing good happens for me. Somewhere in one of the lifetimes you picked to work on in this lifetime, someone taught you that idea. It's a wrong idea, but you know, that happens. And so even if you don't know whether this is happening or not, I always adjust my energy field in the morning to accept the goodness of the world and my own goodness. So that way you're adjusting your energy field. So you're allowing for this wonderful energy to be there. And it could be finances. It could be, you know, I can't do public speaking, or I'm always getting in arguments with my families, or, you know, whatever point of stress there is, it's energetic. You can transform it. You're entitled to that. But it has to be a direct energy. So if you don't formally say, I'm going to do this good service work and I'm going to direct it here because these people need it, it just goes into the book of life that all the entire tank has all of your past lives, and some of it, and it cleanses some of that. And then you get some within 3 months, you know, you get something good happens for you. The second thing that blocks that from coming into your aura and manifesting is that you have picked what is called the law of, you know, so it is a law that says, the law of notoriety. So thank you. So the law of notoriety says that if I donate $1 million to the hospital, and I get a plaque on the wall that says that I donated $1 million to the hospital, that's all you're gonna get. You're not gonna get, the direction of that energy somewhere else. You receive no notoriety for it. When people give and they know about this principle, they ask to do it secretly. And you see that a lot because they're very knowledgeable. A lot of people know that if they get the recognition, that it may diminish the impact of expressed desires to help someone. So it's important. So you want to make sure that, you do things, in quiet and not get the recognition. I mean, when you're doing your career, you have to get recognition. That's a whole different story. It's not, you have to, when I was working for Ameritech, I used to have a piece of paper, and on a daily basis, I would write the accomplishments that I contributed to, and how much money incurred, because when it came to appraisal time and bonus time, my boss didn't have time to write up my evaluation. I mean, he wouldn't even remember half the things I did. But when I gave him the pages, here, all these projects, this is how much money we made, this is how much I contributed, this is how much money we made, this, he would say, thank you, can I borrow this? Let me, because I need this for my, my appraisal, so I get a bonus, but guess what? You're gonna get a bonus because you did this for me. And because you're part of this. So that's not grandstanding. You really have to know that, you have to remind people about the accomplishments that you've done. That's a whole different story. So, and that's important to do. That's not grandstanding. That's just making statements about things that have transpired. And so it's important to know that the great law of what we put out to the universe comes back to us. When we tap into the great law and the law of economy, which I'm going to talk about, we impact the world in such a great way. There's gaining of wisdom, or there's gaining of nothing. If we don't gain wisdom, we're never going to be happy. So, and also our families, the people that we know, they're not going to be happy either. So the goal is to bring about levels of awareness and wisdom for ourselves and others. It's so very important. That's how we become happy. It's not the other way around. So number one, this law helps us burn off our personal karma that is in the book of life tank with all the lifetimes we have. This is often called by one of my teachers is tank A. Tank A is where all of our lifetimes have been put, which is in the throat chakra, the Mercury center. As a medicine woman, we're given the knowledge that certain sounds can provide healing to those lifetimes that have, without having to experience those lifetimes in the, grabbing them and manifesting them here. So, and I'm gonna give you a little homework so you can see what I mean. This is why in the native tradition, we were given what's called vocables. We sing songs, native songs, and the vocables actually help cleanse the book of life that is in the throat chakra. In the throat chakra is the lifetimes you picked to work on in this lifetime, and the lifetimes you have for other lifetimes. And the throat chakra is it's big, lots of lifetimes in there. And so the vocables actually help us to transform and adjust, the lifetimes to be enriched with good energy. I'm going to have you test my little statement here. So I'd like you, when you go home today or tomorrow, I would like you to get yourself a little, one of those things at Walgreens that checks your blood pressure. So, put it on, get a piece of paper and a pencil, and check your blood pressure. And whatever it is, write it down. 135/21, not so good. you know? So you're gonna do that. And then what you're gonna do is just gonna sit and you're just going to use the frequency and sound of Om. Oh. Oh. Let it vibrate in the entire body. Do that for 10 minutes. Check your blood pressure again, and it will be corrected to a very healthy position. Now, I've done this experiment a whole bunch of times, and let's just say the blood pressure is 143, not so good, 143 over whatever. And I've asked the client to use the Om just for about 5 minutes. I did the blood pressure again, went back to 121 over 70. Amazing, he said, amazing. And because there are certain sounds that your body, remember, you're part of the earth, your body responds to. So I would suggest, now I have at least 4 clients who have family members who, either have brain cancer or lung cancer or something. And of course, I'm going to do the energy work. That's what I want to do, because I'm going to dedicate that to helping other people. But one of the instructions I gave them was for 15 minutes, every 2 hours, I want you to do the Om, vibrate, and let it move into the brain, let it move into the body. And they're getting better. And so that is a great attribute to what your body responds to. And if you want to look at it in a very simple form, when you step into a place that's extremely peaceful, what happens to your body? You get peaceful, so energy follows the vibration and frequency in the form of what we surround ourselves with. And so it's a very good thing. So, but guess what else you can do with that? When you're projecting energy to your clients, to yourself, you can project that frequency. It's 136.1. That's the frequency. So even if you were to say, I'm administering this 136.1 frequency to my mandible, my jaw, my eyes, your body's going to want to get in line with that, because of that frequency. Now, if you had a tray of sand and you hit the tuning fork to 136.1 and you put it onto that sand, guess what's going to happen? Perfect forms of health, perfect forms. So that's what happens to the body. It's very receptive to frequencies that are really good for it. So the problem is, we have an unawareness that our thoughts do not carry energy, and they do. Our emotions do not carry energy, and they do. So we can apply that philosophy to ourselves and even someone that's on the other side of the planet, because energy crosses the span of time and space with your intention. So it could be a person that's on the other side already. It could be a person that needs healing. I get phone calls all the time from people that I send healing, and they say, I saw your face in my mind. I know you're doing the energy work on me, and I appreciate it. So the reason I'm saying that is because when someone says thank you, the approachability factor of the energy is much more profound. So what does that mean? That means the absorption rate is much more substantial when someone is opening themselves up and being receptive to it. So, and there is, then I'm going to talk about the next law, which is the law of requisite variety, which is a very, yes, and go ahead.
What if you don't voice it and listen to it, like a recording of the same thing or no?
it's almost the same thing. And here's why. There's a law in the universe that says we must participate in the action to be able to get the impact. So what does that mean? That means when you say a prayer for someone and you or a sacred intention for someone, you have them in your mind right now. And that energy is flowing. But if you say keep doing it for the next 100 days, it's kind of like a wave, it's eminent, and then because the energy is not there. The law states that we have to participate in the action to get the impact. So when you're doing, energy work for someone that's on the other side of the planet, or even for yourself, you have to focus your intention to turn on that power. So it's really important. One of my teachers, he was the president of the Dowsing Association, Walt Woods. He was a fabulous teacher, like all my other teachers were. And he demonstrated it, and it was like, it's true, so yes, you can listen to something and and the vibration will help you. But when you bring it in and actively do it, you will see the difference. The difference is that you will feel the particles changing things, now you can administer it to a person at a distance, but you can also administer it to them when they're in front of you, because you're that conduit, so I hope that answered your question. Yes.
Well, sorry, I just walked in late.
No, that's okay.
So with the 136.1 frequency, is that achieved by certain intention, specific intention?
Yes, well, number one, when you're using the frequency of Om, which is 136.1, using it as in a tuning fork, or you can express it with your sound or with your mind projecting it. You want to kind of look at what you want that to do. So maybe they have a frozen shoulder. Maybe they have an emotional impact that, their father, did something to them, or it really depends. Your intention on where you want that to go is very important. So your clarity, is very, very important.
So you're saying that I can set an intention to be on physical level,
An emotional level or a spiritual level. Yeah, everything's energy. So it's entirely possible, to send energy to a something that transpired a long time ago, because it's in the aura. It's encased in the aura, as an unresolved thing.
So I'm guessing if I'm working like frozen shoulder of the time, let's say the training is related to grief or sadness.
Okay. Mhm.
So you're going working specifically with a certain intention to validate that thing, increase your emotion. That will automatically, I guess, work also the emotional level.
Right. So the question was that, if he was working on a frozen shoulder with the 136.1 frequency and the tuning fork, and he had an intention for more mobility, of course, that's going to impact what's there already, So on a physical level, the frozen shoulder represents a number of things. The issues are in the tissues. Well, there's a thought there. There's a number of things there. So it's emanating a energy of survival or a trauma, which produces lack of circulation in the blood and in the energetic system. Introducing a different frequency with your intention, which is a higher intention, will break up that energy. So is that, and it will do that whether it's a physical thing or an emotional thing.
I guess the other question I have. So we can have the patient actually get a visual or remember something that is in gratitude. Actually, that will, even if it's not, because you said a gratitude or the person, thank you for it. then that enhances the effect, right?
Right, if you're working on someone and they express gratitude, that's called the permeability factor. So a higher permeability of saturation of what your intentions are will go into that area because they've given you that permission to be able to impact it where the blocks and obstacles are.
Can this gratitude be, I mean, if not yet for the fact that you're working on them for something, anything in their life, would that have the same effect? Like,
Yes, if they're grateful for some kind of release in their energy session with you, that is the same thing. They're expressing gratitude for their healing, and that will help them. Yeah. So good. And this law helps us to burn off personal karma as an individual, and this often is called from my teachers, tank A. Is where all the lifetimes are contained, and the tank is in the Mercury center, which is the throat chakra, and sound is really a good thing to kind of clear, but there's other ways of clearing constrictive energy besides sound. But that's one way of doing it. That's why we do drumming and we use vocables, because we're cleaning our throat chakra. You know, when you're doing the job, when you talk and people turn around to hear you, because the particles are potentized with a lot of wisdom. If you'll see people that talk a lot and nobody wants to hear what they have to say, those particles are really small of wisdom, you know? So you as a human being and a spirit know the difference. You will respond to, you know, the dynamic force of the wisdom, or you will not respond to somebody who talks a mile a minute and has nothing to say. You know, so, and you'll notice, and you will have this experience where you will meet, you know, your guides, or you will meet, you know, angels that are particularly dedicated to you. And they don't speak like a lot. They give you 3 or 4 words that change your whole life, because it's those words are very evolved words, and they have great meaning and depth. And so as you evolve, you'll use less words, but the words will be very potent. You know, so I just wanted to let you know about that. So let's go to any other questions? All right, so let's go to the next law. Now, these aren't not all the laws, but these are the ones that would be very good for you to learn. So the law of requisite variety. Who's got a really good, nice voice that can read? Raise your hand. Okay, nobody's gonna. All right, yes. And can you come on over here, because we have, you know. Thank you. Okay, sure.
You can stand.
Oh, that's okay, or you can sit, whatever you think is good for you.
Can they hear me?
Can you say something?
Can you guys hear me?
No,
No.
a little bit. You have to kind of speak a little louder.
Okay, can they hear me now?
Yes, thumbs up.
Okay. The law of requisite variety, also known as Ashby's law, is a principle of cybernetics and systems theory. It states that the variety or complexity of a control system must be at least equal to the variety or complexity of the system being controlled in order for the control system to maintain stability and achieve its objectives. In simpler terms, the law suggests that the more complex a system is, the more complex the control mechanism needs to be in order to effectively manage and regulate that system. The law applies to various fields, including engineering, management, and organizational theory. Some key points about the law of requisite variety. It highlights the importance of having significant flexibility and adaptability in a control system to match the variety and unpredictability of the system being controlled.
And let me just, okay, so how does this, what does this have to do with you? Okay, so a control system, please stay, Jen. A controlled system is your life, your job. You know, if you know you've got a career, you've got a job, you've got relationships, you've got yourself. This is a controlled system, you know. So, and you know, my teacher used to say that some people have a very sophisticated yes but system. You know, when they want, you know, they come to a healer and they say, we want to fix this, or And, you know, it's a very highly sophisticated yes, but system in there, not on purpose, you know, not on purpose. So the law of requisite variety means that a lot of things. So I just want you to hear this out, and I will show you how this relates to you.
Right. It emphasizes the need for a control system to have a range of possible responses that can match the range of possible disturbances or changes in the system being controlled. It suggests that overly simplistic or rigid control systems are likely to fail when dealing with complex or dynamic systems.
Okay, so let me give you an example. Okay, so the ordering, like we used to get these catalogs in the mail, right? From J.C. Penney and all that other stuff, right? We'd order things from there, you know, that's a system and it's pretty rigid. Pretty rigid. You know, you have to fill out this form and put the right item number in there and the right amount and all that other stuff. That's a pretty rigid system. So guess what happens? Amazon changes everything, you know, and I mean, yes, they have a lot of computer programmers, there's thousands of them working on that whole thing, but they have more resolutions than you have problems to it. Okay. And it thrives, right? I mean, it has to work in a better way, and it's going to, because it has to survive. You know, it wants to survive, so it's going to change things. You know, like if you don't like the way we're treating our employees, we're going to change that. You know, because we want to give them more money. We're going to fix that because we want to survive. So so it's that kind of thing. Go ahead.
The law has implications for areas such as organizational design, decision-making processes, and the management of complex systems like supply chains or ecosystems. Simply put, in mystical terms, is the law of requisite variety tells us the part of the system that has the greatest flexibility will always be the flagship of that sector of business or systems.
Yes, and let me just say this, when you're running your life, you know, or your business, you know, you have to be open to what the universe is trying to tell you, to make changes. Because if you don't make those changes, it will be an antiquated system and you'll wonder why it's not thriving. So you have to kind of listen to what the universe is trying to tell you to integrate into your life, your career, your business, things of that nature. If you don't do that, you know, and that means meditation, that means a number of things we're going to talk about, but that's going to help you to really thrive. And it's a wonderful thing to pay attention, because the universe, the answers to what you need to do are not hard. They're not hard. You know, they're only hard if you're sticking to your guns to an objective and sticking your guns down and saying, I have objectives, but that's not what should be running your life. Your values will help you, and your values will allow for your goals to manifest easily. So you have to have the right driving force and make calculated guesses through your assessments to move forward.
Simply put, the person who is able to adapt in an ever-changing environment is the most powerful person. A good personal example is if you have 7 ways of resisting me teaching you meditation, and I need 8 ways of helping you succeed to learn meditation.
Do you understand that? So, okay, so, and people come and see me and they go, you know, I'm really hard, I cannot let go of this, you know? And I go, first of all, you never want to say that, you know, because if you do, you're dooming yourself, you know, but if you're going to give me 7 resistant points to teaching you meditation, I need 8 techniques to help you. So that's the way I have to think. And that's the way you need to think, is if there's a number of things that are stress points, you need to have more resolutions than the problems. And that's how you're going to fix it. And how do you get those? Well, you ask your guides about it. You know, you do a meditation, and I always say this, but it's true. Ask the right questions, get the right answers. If you're not getting answers, you're asking the wrong questions. You have to sit down and every day in the morning when you're doing your intention for the day, that you ask the right questions to get the right answers. And all of a sudden, when you start asking a question, it reconfigures it in your head, because your guides are going, well, I know what you mean. Do you mean this? Oh yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. You know, so that's why a little bit of meditation. I mean, I do meditation every day. I'm not asking you to do it every day, but every other day would be important, and it doesn't have to be long. As a matter of fact, I believe in short bursts of meditation. I was trained, you know, the long version. I'm used to that, but the bottom line is, if I don't have time, I'll do a short meditation. And when you do sit down and instill that quietness, and we're going to do some techniques today you're going to love, you know, that I do myself. You're going to be guided by more wisdom instead of your fears, your emotions, because those are trained behaviors. Sometimes they're even in our DNA. But that does not mean that you can't dismantle them. First of all, you have to be aware of them. You cannot change what you cannot see. You know, and so you have to even invoke on a daily basis to become aware of your own patterns. And we all have them, you know, and patterns are just that. They're patterns. They're not wisdom. You know, I saw this woman when I was working for Ameritech. She'd come in and she'd buy a cup of coffee from the vendor and she'd put it on her desk and never drink it. And I said, why are you doing that? And she goes, oh, I love coffee. I go, I've never seen you drink it, you know. And she says, oh my God, it's a habit. I said, yeah, and you know, well, give it to me if you're. But I noticed that, but she didn't notice that. She used to buy a cup of coffee, put it on her desk, and then never drink it. And even when I told her about it, and she became aware that there was a pattern. So patterns are that. They are patterns. Your goal is to learn how to incorporate patterns that help you to evolve, you know, and that's a really important thing, you know, because what you're doing as a shaman, as a mystic, you know, as a sage, is you're navigating energy constantly. And you want to do that. You want to do that because it's better to navigate the energy, and your batting average for the outcome will be much more substantial. But you learn something too. You'll learn something about yourself, you know, and you'll learn something about the universe, which there's these beautiful laws. So if somebody gives me a hard time in 7 points of change, I'm going to give them 8 points of change. So who's going to win? Me, you know? You know, so you have to know that can be applied to anything in your life. So look at a point of origin of a stress point. Look at a stress point in your life and focus on that and apply these techniques. And I'm going to, you know, give you some wonderful techniques today. And you will dismantle it. You're entitled to that. It's your sovereignty. You are entitled to it. But if you don't believe that or don't know it, you know, you close a lot of doors in your mind. And your mind is a vast mechanism. And let me just say that your mind, your consciousness, is a gift from the universe. And its goal is to give you access to many worlds. The world of healing, the world of wisdom, the world of insight, you know, the world of negotiation, the world of conquest, all those, but it also has other things you can connect to, the world of depression, the world of disease, the world of anger, lots of stuff, and the world of unawareness, all of those things. So you want to use your consciousness and your mind, in a powerful way, and you will get some good return values for it, and you'll feel happy because you're really gaining a lot of healing and wisdom for yourself and for others. So it's good. So meditation is part of that too. It really helps with that. Any questions about this law? And what you want to do is, when you're thinking about this law and you're thinking about that particular obstacle that you're working on, it's important to have the idea and the knowing that you will prevail, because it's not just a statement. It opens lots of doors to knowing something you don't know now. So, my teacher, when he passed over, and I'll share the rest of that story with you later. When he passed over, one of my last teachers passed over, he showed me this project he was working on in the energy world. And I said, wow, that's a huge project. And he said, no, Billie, it's just a project. And so he taught me, don't make it big, don't make it small, just make it what it is. So, and that I said, I'm going to think like that, because I don't want to give it power. I just want to work on it. And, your white blood cells are like that. They could be this small, and the illness globule that's in the bloodstream could be this big, and it will attack it and continue to attack it to break it down and overcome it, because it doesn't look at size. It just looks at, what it needs to do. And that's the way you want to look at what you're doing. You don't want to say, I'll never do this, or I can't, those will close those doors. And look at those doors as energy doors that will help you to really gain what you need. Energy, insight, wisdom, assistance, support, all of those things. So it doesn't just mean that you're going to get an answer from the universe. It's also going to open doors to people on the earth to give you a piece of information. Oh, by the way, did you hear about this? And you go, I know about that. Tell me about that, And so these things are also part of your support structure for learning. So that is, and so I wanted to share that with you. We can read the next one. Thank you, Jen.
The law of creation. Life does not happen by itself. We co-create with the universe. We need to participate. Our actions affect the outcome of everything. The mystical anatomy of our minds and chakras, example, our hand chakras, is a very good example of the law of creation. The hand chakras can project energy and our intention, which can dismantle lower vibrational energy and transform it into higher quality energy. This can apply to an illness within the body or the mind. Every day we have time and energy that is applied to our day. The shaman knows the following factors. We have energy that is applied to automatic things such as brushing our teeth and washing our hair. There is a principle within the universe that pertains to the law of creation, which is called the area of influence, or the influence factor. It is approximately minimum of 40 to 50% that can be applied to our day that is not only part of creation time within each day, but influences our future self. This increases as we get more proficient and awakened.
Okay, so let me explain that. So what we were trained is that we have something called the influence factor. And it is with us every day. Not so much during dream time. As we progress, we can do it in dream time, but it's more for the day. And the area of influence is, when we first start, is 40 to 50%. So what does that mean? Okay, so when you get up in the morning, you brush your teeth, wash your hair. So that's automatic stuff, so, but 40 to 50% of your day is influenced by you. So, and you want to understand that that particular factor can change everything. So when we have a knowing that we can influence our life 40 to 50% every day, that's a lot, you know? So influencing ourselves with the idea that resolution can present itself and will, and also that we can increase our talents and our skills by practice, all these ideas that are propelling us forward are important. So the influence factor, unfortunately, we influence ourselves with, you know, like gossip and television and ain't it awful, and you know, and all of that. See, we're wasting a lot of our influence factor. So, you know, as a child, when you're taught that you can influence your life 40 to 50%, it's very exciting, you know, because you're really doing a lot of changes in your energy field that your future self will be very happy about. You know, so, and my teacher used to say, you know, okay, Billie, Topa, Tate, you know, what are you going to do with this 40 or 50%? And, you know, I do this, I mean, you know, okay, so I want you to look at that idea, that concept, and tell me what you're going to do for the next 10 years. What are you going to do for the next 10 years? And I'm just a kid. So I'm looking and I'm saying, you want me to think about what I'm going to do the next 10 years? I can't even, you know, I don't know if I can handle that, you know? He said, okay, so how about the next 5 years? And I thought, well, that's better. Not really, you know, I really didn't have it within me, you know? So I had to sit and I had to say, okay, so what are my values? I was challenged very, very young. What are my values? What am I wanting to do? I want to share wisdom. I want to do these things. And so you start to ask yourself every day, you know, if I'm healing something in me and I'm healing something in my family, what do I have to do that? You know, what kind of energies and ideas and direction of energies that do I need to do? You know, and that is always taking into consideration sacred balance. Sacred balance is you work on it and then you rest and enjoy the moment, food, you know, friends. You do that balance. Nature. I love nature. I love animals. They're so sweet and they're so wonderful, and they distract you and allow for you to be in your wonderful place of joy. But then, you know, you come back and you say, okay, you know, there's this person in my family that just, you know, is like this, you know, like poking the bear every time we're together, you know, I see them picking on somebody else in the family. Got to do something about that, you know. And so that's why invocations are so very important. So invocations in my book, there's a lot of invocations that, you know, that work with the energy world of our family, our friends, you know, maybe we have a bully at work, you know, all of that is entirely possible to transform, you know, through asking our guides to work on that person constantly until they start to, and encourage the behavior when they start to behave. And they can, because it's part of their evolution to do so. So the law of creation says that we can direct energy because we're entitled to do that for the higher purpose of others and ourselves, you know. So and you know, when we co-create, because as I said, life does not happen by itself. We co-create with the universe. I hear a lot of people say, well, you know, if God wants me to do that, and I go, that's not the question here. The question is, how do you want to co-create with the creator? You know, what do you want to do? You know, so it's not what the creator wants you to do, because that's already built into your system, your values. And so your goal is to use the area of influence every day to ask yourself, you know, what am I going to do with that? You know, and there's no judgment. The universe, you know, doesn't judge how you progress or how you learn a lesson. You can learn it the hard way or you can learn it the easy way. The universe doesn't care. So long as you know, so long as you evolve, you know, I prefer to learn through enrichment, education, wisdom as opposed to conflict. I don't want that. I've been there and I don't want it. Not in this lifetime. I mean, I will do it if I need to, but it's not going to be the 90% of my life, you know. So so the goal is to, you know, invoke for your area of influence to be sprinkled with joy, wisdom, wonderful, gentle support, which your guides can do. And here's another thing you can do with it. If you have 40 to 50% of influence factor in every day of your life, you can also influence others 40 to 50%. You know, and that's the basic thing, you know, and we want to influence them in a good way, in a virtuous way. Number one, by our example. Number two, by directing energy and asking for that influence factor to be an awareness they have. And then, you know, just kind of think about how you can move that into a way of conversation. I always, you know, I use cards on Facebook, you know, would your future self be happy with what you're doing right now? You know, well, why? Because I'm just trying to provoke an idea in people in a gentle way, in a funny way. And that's what you want to do with your family. You can't tell them what to do because you know what they would say if you did that, you know, but you can energetically project, you know, an idea, an awareness to them and encourage the behavior when it changes, you know, so that's a really good thing. It's good karma for you to do. And so our thoughts and our intentions are some key points to the mystical aspect of the law of creation. Can you read where it says it is based?
It is based on the idea that the universe is made up of energy, that our thoughts and our emotions are also forms of energy. By focusing our energy in a positive way, we can attract and manifest the things we desire in our lives. The law of creation emphasizes the importance of taking responsibility for our lives and recognizing that we are not merely passive observers, but active participants in shaping our experiences. It encourages us to cultivate a sense of mindfulness and awareness so that we can consciously choose the thoughts and beliefs that we want to align with.
And, you know, always using a sense of humor with your life, you know, and, you know, I remember when I was not one with paperwork, I'd have paperwork all over my desks at home. And I would look and I'd say, oh, wow, how did I create that? You know, but if I created it, I can uncreate it. And I use the mantra that I asked my guides. I said, how can I move through this and become one with paperwork? And so I decided I was going to use this mantra as I did my paperwork, you know, and it was, I am one with paperwork. I have all the time I need to do everything I want, everything I need, including this paperwork. Paperwork and discipline helps me to have more freedom. So I was always using that as I was moving through the paperwork, and it worked. My accountant says I'm the most organized person, and they're very grateful. But I don't want to have it any other way, because when I do that, I have more time for myself because I'm doing it, you know, I'm not creating a barrier that I don't like doing it. You know, I open that channel up and say, I'm going to do this and it's gonna work, you know. So you want to do that mantra, I'm one with paperwork, and you know, it really is very, very helpful because it helps you to channel that energy properly. So it's important to know that our thoughts carry a lot of powerful energy.
Many spiritual teachings, such as those found in ancient philosophies and religions, incorporate the idea of co-creation with the universe. For example, in Hinduism, the concept of karma is closely tied to the idea that our actions and intentions shape our future experiences. Practices like meditation, visualization, and affirmations are often used to help align our energy and intentions with the things we want to manifest in our lives.
Thank you. Okay, so technique, I'm gonna give you a little experiment. So let's give you 5 minutes to go to the bathroom, drink some water. I am going to show you a mystical technique and you're gonna find it very interesting. So let's get some water and we're gonna take 5 minutes to go to the bathroom. We could take longer if need be, but that's the target. Thank you so much, Dan, for, okay, yeah, but I should go to the bathroom and all that other stuff.
I'm doing good. And Brian, I like your t-shirt. That's pretty. Happy place.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's so cute. I'm full of them.
John, Jenny, whatever. Lloyd's got John in there somewhere out here. You also call me Pete, but that's.
There's no gender in that.
No. I'm kidding. I- Yeah, I don't know, like my question on there, not really done. I think I just need to bring my words and have no charge, like, remember how I told you about the. Hey, does he got like? She said, didn't she read the instructions she sent us? Mommy, how are you? I am well. Good.
Well, it's the law of. Yes.
I know, the wrong.
Instead of 7.
His brownies out there. Oh, you're not eating chocolate. I offered him these little things, and he told me, no, it's got chocolate. And I was like, they're vegan though. Well, there's apples. You want an apple? But these are the dogs. Did you see Starbucks and keeping everything next week? But getting all of them, they're considered free. They're lowering the
It seems
prices.
like all of these laws,
All of them,
they're working at the same time.
All of them.
They're all working together.
Oh, yeah,
no, like,
definitely.
if you want not dairy. milk,
We, they don't, they're not just one law on Monday and the other one on Tuesday.
And they're all happening.
Yeah, they are.
And one other question is, it's similar to when you're saying you ask the right question. You may think you have the right intention, but you may not. Is
Mhm.
that true? Also, where you need to not only ask the right question, but you may not have the right intention. even if you think you do.
Well, that's awareness. So when we start bringing forth a question, we start becoming aware of our intention, you know. And then we go, well, okay, so I've got to change my intention, you know, to resolution as opposed to, gosh darn it, you've got to figure it out. All of that. So, yeah, it helps to become aware. So, and that's a good thing.
It's.
That's a very, very good thing. So we don't have to repeat anything.
No, I really am
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So in your folder is one of the classes, which is a Reiki Vision Board training class. We have that class coming up, which is the power of a vision board, which is a mystical tool, and the power of Reiki combined. That's coming up on January the 19th, but our Sacred Predictions is coming up. That is on New Year's Day, Wednesday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And Dawn Silver is going to use astrology to predict, the future. And I'm going to use the native traditions to, predict the future, and a lot of information, lots of good information. Well, yes, of course. Yep, yeah, I'm going to be talking about the financial state of America, the global situation, our personal journey, Mother Earth, travel, mobility, house market, divine intervention, all of these things.
I know that it's kind of a little scary. It's way here. This is my weight loss videos. I just let me check. Look at I made him like. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna be back. Wait, turn the music down. All right, we're back from our wonderful break. Our next law that we're going to talk about is mystical time. And mystical time is something that a shaman, a sage, and also a mystic uses all the time. Mystical time is important because it gives us a wonderful perspective. So many times what transpires during the course of the day is we have two ways of approaching life. We have this wonderful, powerful self that is knowledgeable and has healing qualities and wisdom and confidence and dynamic force. And then there's this other part of us that works from fatigue and worry and anger and all of those things. So there's two parts of us. And what the shaman knows is, unfortunately, we keep them separate, and it's hard for them to heal because they're separate. Now I'm going to show you a technique that I use that has been with me for a long time, to have both of those heal each other. So I'm going to have you close your eyes. And I'd like you to just focus on your breath. And just focus on the sound of your breath. Not changing the breath, just becoming aware of the sound of your breath. And I'd like you to focus on the column of light along the spine. And just allow for that column of light to extend itself upward towards the sky. And allow it to go down into the center of the earth, and you're blessing the sky, blessing the earth, and this column of light is extending itself out. And I'd like you to, in your predominant hand, my predominant hand is my right hand, but whatever your predominant hand is, I'd like you to extend like open palm in that predominant hand. And with your eyes closed, I'd like you to place in that predominant hand an image of yourself, an image of your dynamic self, your powerful self, the one that is wise, has a lot of healing qualities, has wonderful answers to problems in your life. It emanates this confidence and this joy and this balance. This wonderful sacred part of who you are is in your predominant hand. And see that this image is very bright, very, very bright. In the less predominant hand, I'd like you to project an image of the part of you that needs help. You know, maybe there's loneliness, maybe there's frustration, maybe there's anger, maybe there's depression, maybe there's problems that, with, finances. It doesn't matter, whatever needs help, just project it as an image of yourself that needs that help. And see that part of you is also lonely, that, it's not being acknowledged or talked to or anything. It's just by itself. And I'd like you to just take these two images and very, very slowly, just bring them in front of you, open palm, in front of you, two images that are in front of you. And see them acknowledging each other. And also coming together, hugging each other, and saying, I've been just waiting to talk with you. I've been waiting to hug you. And see the dynamic self, the powerful self, hugging the one that needs help, and see the one that's needing help, hugging the one that's so dynamic. And they're talking to each other. And they are laughing and talking and sharing. And see them becoming one. See them superimposed upon each other. And see them becoming one, helping each other. And as they become one, you're going to hear the sound, gong. And when you hear the sound, they are one. And then move your hands together. See them in between your hands as one. And allow for your inner vision and your heart to realize that they are going to help each other. And why did you keep them separate? And now they are together helping each other. Realizing I kept them apart. How could they help each other? But now, wonderful. They're going to help each other. And then move that one image with them both healing each other constantly into your heart center, placing your heart in a place of love for both, seeing them both healing and sending each other healing. And then surround them with energy, healing energy, support energy, transforming energy, that every part of them will be in a higher vibration, guided by you. Express gratitude for their continued healing as they heal and help each other and transform into wisdom and your higher self. You will receive so much insight. Your words will be different. Your thoughts will be different. They will all be good. And you'll say, I never thought that way before, but I'm so happy I am. I never felt that way before, and I'm so happy because I like what I'm thinking. I like what I'm feeling. These are wonderful pieces of wisdom because every aspect of me is being healed. Just ask them to continue and take a nice deep breath in through your nose. Exhale through your mouth. Again, breathing in and exhale. And just relax the breath and have a knowing that both aspects are helping each other. And every day, there's healing that happens. That part of you that needed the love and compassion and the support, all these things will happen. In full faith, so be it now. Very gently relax your hands and open your eyes. Now, that's the first time that's ever happened, but it's good. And if you think about it, we did keep them separate, but now that's not true anymore. From now on, they're going to heal each other. That's a good thing. And that is the law of, the mystical time. We go into that place. So how did that feel? Yeah. Where's Chandra? Can we get some Kleenex? So did that feel good to you? Yes. Yeah, we can be pretty hard on ourselves, right? And also we can be pretty unaware. We want to help people and we want to get our journey into a good place. But these mystical things can help us because that's who we are. And so we're going to read about mystical time, and I'm going to give you another technique, one that you'll be very inspired by. So let's read about the law of mystical time.
Law of mystical time. This law dictates that all sentient beings can access the inner and outer universe as it relates to themselves and begin viewing energetic information about themselves, other people, past, present, or future. Mystical time can be assessed through meditation, blessing nature, and other supporting systems such as blessing water, plants, animals, their teachers, their inner plane helpers for the purpose of lightening their aura and connecting to a place within themselves to do energy work or see with their inner light. I will give examples and provide a technique to use mystical time as a good platform to enhance your aura and mind. This will teach you this wonderful tool can access your mystical anatomy through the nervous system to flush out blocks and obstacles to your happiness, wellness, and your success.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Okay, so you did that for yourself, right? Guess what? You can do that for others. And how do you do that? You do a little bit of a short meditation, sanction uninterrupted time, and put that dynamic self of that person in the predominant hand. Less predominant hand has the image of the person that needs help, and do the same thing. And allow for them to come together, and you'll see them, you know, talking and on the porch and saying, gosh, you know, nobody ever talked to me because I'm just a mean person, or I'm depressed all the time. Nobody wants to. And so you'll see them talking, and you'll see them, and the dynamic one will say, well, that's the past. Today, we're going to talk. Today, we're going to heal. So there's this interaction that they both do, and become one. And the same thing, you put it on your heart, express gratitude, and then release it, because you can do it for other people. You can do it for people who, you can do it for children, you can do it for seniors, you can even do it for people who are on the other side. So, because time and space is irrelevant to the energy. And you don't do it for this reason, but you get good karma that goes into your tank and cleans the tank, your tank, which, you know, why wouldn't it? Because the universe sees that you're doing this work and will want to give you more help. And that's very, very important. So we're going to do, yes.
So when you do this technique for another, we do the first part when you actually project your central energy up and down. You do that as yourself, and then you bring this specific person.
Right. Your column of light that you acknowledge in the beginning of this technique is your column of light. And you are projecting it upward and into the earth to demonstrate sacred balance. Sacred balance is very important when you're doing your work. I mean, if you went to a dentist and he you were sitting there waiting for him, he comes in half an hour late and throws his keys on the desk and says, who's my first client? You know, I'd be getting up and walking out the door, you know, because he's not in a state of balance and I don't want him to touch my teeth, you know, and so we need to be in a state of balance, to be able to, you know, to do this, you know, and it's a good thing in going into that mystical time. So that's a good question. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, well, let's do another technique. So I'd like you to relax and focus on just relaxing. Close your eyes. When we close our eyes, we go into the energy world. Close your eyes and see yourself sitting in the chair that you're sitting now. And see, you know, all of the different features that you have when you have your eyes closed, and yet you can see yourself sitting in the chair you're sitting. Observe your posture, your eyes, your cheeks, the way you're resting, your smile, your breath, your hair. Just see yourself sitting in the chair. And now, see yourself 1 year from now. See yourself a year from now. What do you look like? How do you feel? What's your thoughts? And observe your mind. observe your posture, your breath. You can even know that you have been many places. How much more knowledge do you have a year from now? How did you get to where you are now a year ago? What did you do? What did you accomplish? See yourself a year from now sitting there and send a wonderful energy that you are so proud of yourself because you're wise, you're wonderful, and exciting. It's very exciting to see yourself a year from now. How did you get there? Take a look at your dynamic energy. Take a look at everything that you might have done to get there. And when you see yourself in the chair a year ago, you see your future self and generate and receive lots of wonderful energy. Be excited that you have created so much. And pick a color, any color. I like to pick the color of golden. And I take this color and I move it into my eyes. I move it into my hair, my hearing, my throat, my heart. I'm bringing all this energy that equates to the energy of gratitude, of wisdom. I'm so happy with myself, so proud. I'm encouraging myself with this beautiful energy. And I'd like you to see that as you're painting every part of your body with this color, and the color is very, very good for you. It's moving your aura into becoming brighter and brighter. And you feel really good that you can see your future self. Take your thumb in your less predominant hand and your pointing finger and press them together, anchoring it into your nervous system that you are very, very proud of yourself. And also that you can create even more because you're coming back here into the present, knowing and seeing your future self and saying, well, gosh, that was great, but I can do better too. I can do some things to see my future self more knowledgeable and more happy. And press that finger, that pointing finger and thumb, press it together so you can anchor that wonderful happiness, that peace, that joy, that your future self is there. When you're sitting and seeing your future self a year from now into this chair, you actually can see all of your guides and helpers and angels around you. They're placing their hands on your shoulder, hands on your head, blessing you. And that is allowing for your aura to become brighter and brighter. And you're pressing that thumb and that pointing finger together, feeling that support, feeling that love, and knowing you are not alone. You are getting lots of help, especially if you ask for it. Every day, ask for their help. They are there. And the color that you've chosen is brighter and brighter in your aura. And your energy field is filled with this wonderful love and support from these wisdom-filled, wonderful beings, spirit guides, helpers, angels. How wonderful that they are there. Thank them and then breathe in, coming back into this here and now. And again, breathing in, into this here and now. And one more time, breathing in, into this here and now. Release the fingers and very gently opening your eyes. Very good. Very good. So energizing your future self is very important. But mystical time is a time when you can do that and it enhances your present. So what we're going to do is we're going to do one more mystical time experience, because I think it's very important that you know that you can use mystical time for yourself, but for others as well. So we're going to close our eyes again. And I'd like you to just focus on seeing yourself in your chair, seeing your aura, and realizing that all this beautiful work is really helping your energy field, because you see it a little bit stronger, a little bit healthier, and it's exciting. I'd like you to know that mystical time are encasements of memories in your energy field. Memories that are in this lifetime, but in other lifetimes. And I'd like you to bring back a memory of a time when you were very happy. A time when you were loved unconditionally. A time when you were supported unconditionally. A time when you were safe at all levels. A time when you felt very, very wonderfully loved. And it could be when, you know, you had your first love, or it could be when you feel like you were supported at school, like, yay, you got a reward or award for something you did. Or maybe you accomplished a task and everybody went, attaboy, that's great. Or maybe you thought about something and said something to help somebody, and that person said, wow, you changed my life. Take that memory and bring it here. And feel how the breath has changed. Your breath feels really good because something good has happened to you and for you. Have that memory, not just in image, but also in feeling. Feel loved. If there's no memory in the past, create one. And take the thumb of the less predominant hand and press on the middle finger of the less predominant hand. Press it as you experience this wonderful energy of being loved unconditionally, not being concerned about anything. There are no worries, there are no pain, just you in this beautiful ray of light. See yourself in the sun, see yourself, you know, really experiencing this beautiful time of accomplishment and love and support unconditionally. See your aura becoming brighter, and as you're pressing the thumb and the middle finger, you're anchoring this even more into your nervous system, and bring back that color, whatever color it was, and paint every organ in your body that color. For me, it's this golden color that is painting and saturating my brain, my eyes, my ears, my mouth, my throat, my heart, my stomach, my shoulders, my arms, my legs, pelvis, my tailbone, my feet, is being painted this beautiful color and enhancing my aura, making it so bright, and pressing the thumb and the middle finger to anchor it into the cells and to the nervous system. When you're in this place, this is for you, to boost your energy, to give you support, to give you love, to give you what you need. You can use this place anytime, whether it's at work, with family, or just going to the store. Give yourself a boost by pressing that thumb and that middle finger and seeing the aura just expand immediately. But guess what? You can enhance it even more by thinking about the trees and sending them great success. Thank you for cleaning the air. Wonderful water, being refreshed by the water, sending a blessing to the animals, to the trees, to the plants. And your aura gets even bigger and brighter because they're sending it back to you. You are one with the universe. And you can send it across the planet to somebody you don't even know in another country for their evolution. And what you send, you receive. Your evolution gets a boost. And coming back here into this chair and taking a nice deep breath in and releasing the thumb and the middle finger, and very gently opening your eyes. So what do you think if you're having a tough day? What would you do? I'd be touching these two fingers, right? Because your nervous system just comes back into that place, especially if you're doing something difficult, or if you're tired, or if you need some help, you know where you can get the support. Just touching those two fingers launches it back into your energy field. And that's the best medicine in the world. But the shaman uses this platform to send it to others. Why? Because that's how we evolve, by becoming a part of what is called the law of economy. We use our energy for something more than ourselves. We get a lot more back. So how did that feel? Good? Yes. And it actually heals your body. It heals your body, and you are in a state of your own power. So when you're there, and of course, if you're driving, just put the two fingers together so you can feel it. But when you're by yourself and you are in that place, you can send it to your mother, your father, your sisters, your brothers for their evolution. Send it to your bank account to bring it up, all kinds of things, because you have the power to do that. So you learn how to be a conduit of energy, healing energy for yourself and others. And it cleans your aura, but we're going to have another technique for that also. And so we're going to talk about mystical time and the protocols of your spirit guides and helpers. Because when we explore the lifestyle of a shaman and the approaches of how they work with their spirit helpers and nature, to understand that there is protocol to all of that. So when you're asking for a special guest to come to your house, what do? You either pick up the phone or you write them an invitation, but it's a formal platform of invitation. So when we're working with our guides and helpers, it is a formal platform of invitation by invoking for them. So, and you have your personal guides, you have your personal angels, you have your personal ancestors. Sometimes they're knocking at your door because they need healing, you know, the ancestors. But sometimes they're most times than not, they are there to help you with your work. So when we enlist a formal platform of invoking for them, it is because we are needing their help. You know, we can say thank you and everything, and it's important to do that. But the platform of protocol is that there is some type of need. So there are, and I highly encourage you to have a journal or store that information in your phone, a question or a request for them. And it's a really important thing to have that. So, because sometimes when we're doing things, we forget, oh gosh, I forgot to ask them this, or I forgot to. So, and in the beginning, it's really about healing yourself and healing others. But the enlistment of their presence in with us is all about evolution. They cross the span of time and space to help us evolve and help others evolve, whether there's plants, animals, or people, all sentient beings. So you can enlist other helpers that are not part of your personal entourage, so to speak. Let's just say you're selling your house, you want to invoke for helpers and angels that, you know, are in real estate and are successful at selling houses, to enlist their help. Or if you're going in front of a court system, you ask for the angels and helpers of the court system to assist you and help with your guides come together. When I travel to Sedona, I have my personal guides, they come, but I have already gone to those places energetically and asked permission to bring people there. You know, and because there are helpers and deities that maintain spaces, especially sacred spaces. And that's why people go to pilgrimages to connect with those places and those helpers. So before I go to Sedona, I work with the weather angels. I ask them to secure that, you know, the travel is good, that nobody loses their luggage, you know, and also that the weather is good for them, you know. And people call me all the time and say, oh, it's going to be 119, you know, and I like that, but I know other people don't like that. And I ask for the weather to be around 80s, something like that. And so for the most part, they will allow for that. They will say, yes, we will do that. Sometimes they'll say, no, we can't do that because there's a higher purpose for what's going to happen. We cannot change it. And that's good to tell me because I'll move the date to another date. So it's you need to know that when there is a need for something other than what your personal guides and helpers can do, it's okay to enlist additional helpers to what you're doing. And that's going to be very important because, you know, there's a cooperation that occurs there, but you learn a lot too. You know, so it's that. When you're in this mystical time, you can also work on your DNA structure. What's a DNA structure? Well, in medical terms, there's these DNA genes, you know, that tell you what color your eyes are, what color your hair is, things like that. But in the DNA also is, and every 21 days, it goes into your bloodstream from the DNA. You know, aspects of your karma and aspects of your dharma are in there too. So how you get mad, how you resolve things, you know, how you experience you know, frustration, and it's all in your DNA. So what we do in mystical time, when we are sitting with our future self or the other practices I'm going to show you, you want to take time to use some of that energy to bring the DNA into a place of balance, you know, and just saying, I invoking for my DNA to be in a sacred place of balance for my wellness, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, is more than enough. You don't have to know a lot, just what you want the outcome to be. Or please help me with my DNA for my ancestors who were warriors and they took over villages. And I do not want that energy in my energy field, because that might equate to you're argumentative with authority figures. It might translate to that, you know. So when we're in these mystical moments in time, we can ask for our DNA to be infused with things, because according to many of the trainings that the creator gave us, mystical time and sleep time to transform things. That's what happens in dream time too. So so we want to know that our DNA can be addressed through that process also, which is good. Or any disharmony that's in the body. There is a technique that was given to me called dispersing in the light. And dispersing in the light means that the teacher sits in meditation and knows that there are different parts of the energy field that needs to be brought forward for transformation. You know, it's called burning personal karma. And yeah, I'll make the story short, but I was in the energy world with my teacher with another student that I didn't know her, and she was very wonderful. We were walking in the energy world, and at a great distance there was this fire, you know, like this big fireplace, you know, this, like a pit with a fire, and there were teachers, and you could tell because they're very evolved. And they were at a great distance away, and they were doing something, and I thought, that's interesting, let's go over there. And so we went over there, and what they were doing is they were dispersing their own karma into the fire, but it wasn't a fire, it was light. And I was watching them, and what they were saying, you know, and what they said was, I'm sorry that I brought you into this world imperfect. I ask for that imperfection to be dispersed in the light. So they're very aware that they had some imperfections, and they were dispersing them into the light. And what would happen is, you know, it's called energetic restitution, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. That they would, you know, be better people, be better teachers. So I thought, I want to bring that down to the earth. You know, I want to bring that down to the earth, because I think that that would work well with then sending Reiki symbols to it, and healing yourself by dispersing your own personal karma in the light. So when I came back to the earth and she came back to the earth, we migrated it into different platforms. You know, she was working with people who were drug addicts, and she showed them how to disperse into the light their addictions. And I used it for the Reiki Master Teacher second degree to move it into that platform. But when you go into the energy world, you can observe other things, you know, and that's why these mystical times when we're cleansing ourselves is the first state. We have to clean ourselves first. You know, we have to clear our energy field so we can see things better. So we're going to do another technique. But do note, all these techniques are for ourselves first, but we can administer them to others. which is important. So, I'm going to ask you to go into a place of peace by closing your eyes. And I'd like you to take a nice deep breath in through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. And again, breathing in through your nose. And exhale through your mouth. Just relaxing the breath. Just allowing for the breath to be nice and relaxed and even. Relaxing the breath relaxes the mind. Relaxing the mind relaxes the breath. Not changing the breath, but just focusing on the sound of your breath. Just focus on the sound of your breath. In this mystical time, we energize ourselves with someone that we admire. And I'd like you to just have a knowing that there are so many people in the energy world, they're teachers in spirit, holy medicine people, that are there for you. But at this moment, I'd like you to think about a person, and it could be a woman, or it could be a man, such as an actor or an actress who has the qualities that will enhance your life, enhance your aura. So with your eyes closed, see this person in front of you. That has confidence, determination, wisdom, dynamic energy, and also the power to heal. See, this person has walked the path a little bit farther than you and has all these qualities that they have accomplished. And you could see their aura so bright that they have answers that they have acquired through their experiences. There's no fear in them. There is no concern in them. There is no worry in them. You can feel in their aura that they have confidence and love and support and power. And this person extends their hand out to you, acknowledges you, even sends you a message that you are important. As this person extends their hand out to you, you extend your hand out to them. And through this process, you feel this surge of all the accomplishments, all the wisdom, all the work that they have done to evolve, coming through you, through that extension of their hand. And they look into your eyes and they tell you to come into their aura. They want to share all of those qualities with you. And you step into their aura. You step into their presence and you feel the strength, the light, the wisdom. You experience it in your own mind. You experience it in your body. You start to realize there are things that you have not felt before. And it is wonderful. It is wonderful for them to share. Because you can do that for others when you grow and you mature and you evolve. It never depletes your energy field. You are in their thoughts, their presence, their aura, and it feeds your spirit. And you see the color that you have chosen before, infusing your eyes, your brain, your ears, your throat, your heart, your nervous system, your blood, your bones, everything is being infused by this sacred energy. And you think thoughts that are wonderful and new. And in your predominant hand, you press the thumb and the ring finger together, anchoring this into your energy field, anchoring this into your nervous system, because everything else that's been holding you back is just dissolving away. Any concerns, any pain, any frustration, any blocks and obstacles are just dissolving into the light that is there. And when you press even more, you start to see your guides surrounding you, placing their hands on your shoulders, helping you, assuring you, supporting you, and you feel the brightness of who you are. That everything that has ever held you back is dissolving into this dynamic force. As you press your thumb and your ring finger, you're anchoring that to remember it anytime you need it. Courage comes into your mind. Faith, hope, strength, support. You are never alone. As you take a deep breath to anchor this into every cell of your being, you express gratitude to this wonderful person who has helped you. And you come back to sit in the chair that you are. Your guides are still around you, placing their hands on your shoulders, letting you know you are not alone. They are there to help you, asking for what you need in this moment in time, asking for what you need. Take this moment to ask for what you need. And then relaxing the hand, relaxing the palms of your hands. And just with your eyes closed, realizing There's power. And there's strength. And there's support. And all I have to do is launch it into my nervous system. And the earth element of who I am can integrate the spirit element of who I am. Becoming one in this journey. Breathe in the breath of life. Very gently opening your eyes. Very nice. So we're going to do a little bit of sharing before we go and have lunch because we have so much more to cover. So sharing actually anchors everything into your aura. So seeing how you're right here.
Okay, so I'm Jennifer. I feel very calm. I'm sure all of us do, but so the very last one I saw one person and then more came in, people that I have not even thought about in years that I used to idolize and just be drawn to them. And it was actually very nice to feel like, kind of felt like there was like this community of strength I was pulling in through it. Yeah, that was very nice. I liked it.
Wonderful. Good, good. Ryan, would you like to share?
Yeah, so honestly, I'm just still kind of processing. I'm at a bit of a loss for words, but it was just a very pleasant, calming, insight providing experience. So yeah, still kind of processing. So I've got too much more, but thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Would you like to share?
Yeah, it's pretty much I have the same feeling, like it was very peaceful and tranquil. And like a great and safe place. To kind of just feel so regenerized a little bit. I did spend a lot of time thinking who I'm picking though, because that was the hard part. Because there's so many people.
Definitely. And it could be a different person every single time.
Yeah.
So good. Thank you very much. And would you like to share?
Yeah, that they've all been wonderful, but that first one, when you have your more wise self and then your self that needs healing, oh, that really got me. And I thought about how often I'm always searching outward, like I gotta fix this, I gotta fix that. How's it gonna get sorted out? And that there's wisdom inside too, and I have to pay more attention to that, and that she's in there as well. And that it really felt them come together, like energetically come together, and that was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's very, very important that we bring them together to help. If we don't do that, we could be spending a long time trying to resolve stuff. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. And would you like to share?
Yes. Yeah, that was a beautiful implementation, first one. It's interesting how, I've been getting the same message for the past couple of weeks of this, that I'm not alone, that I'm having to do this work alone. So a lot of times that's kind of like a struggle. You feel like, okay, I'm doing all this work and you're putting all this effort and it's just tiring. You just realize that, it was never a need to do it alone,
Right. We don't have to give ourselves such a hard time, that's just a learned behavior from a DNA we had way back when somewhere, but yes, it's important for us to let that go and to know that we are not by ourselves and that we can get the help we need. So
Yeah, it's also, sometimes just a matter of feeling like you deserve it or not, like it's just that sense of, like, who am I to get this? And
right.
I know that's the word, and I think it has so many different levels. Sometimes it's very obvious, but sometimes it's very subtle too.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. And Heather, do you want to share? Yeah.
Yes, incredibly peaceful. Equanimity, word that comes to mind, that sacred balance. I feel very restored as well, and have noticed in the meditations that a lot of the images of people were from the other side, and that's becoming, I'm becoming more aware of that.
Good, thank you, thank you. Olga, would you like to share?
Sure, I feel more energized, and I feel that I received qualities of what I was asking for from the persons that I involved. So it's almost got transferred to me, and I have them now, and they're in my aura, and I can elevate myself, and with that I can elevate others.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah. And when you press your fingers together and activate that in your nervous system, I think all of a sudden you have this confidence, this knowing, this different kind of thinking. Because that's the gift, so thank you, yeah. Teresa? Would you like to share?
Integrating the two sides of you. That's how I feel integrated, whereas when I walked in, I didn't feel that integration. You just feel tremendous amount of love and acceptance. And I think that's the stage one probably for me in the process of healing. Accepting the good side and accepting the not so good side, and kind of joining them together like it's as a whole. You notice your whole body change for me. You start off, I don't know, it's just you feel a warmness, a calmness throughout your body. I feel like the breath is very important. And sometimes I think the breathing gets stuck. And you don't breathe as profoundly as maybe as you do once you start relaxing. So I think the breath and the meditation has helped me in integrating my both sides
Mhm.
and feeling that. So thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful, thank you, thank you. And Chuck, would you like to share anything?
This person here, I was going back and forth between two of the people in the last one we just did, and although I was able to concentrate for the first two, I sort of drift off in the last one. My other third was the problems.
Okay.
Looking back, I remember what we were.
Thank you.
Work on the visualization.
Maybe not visualize, just image. Just imagine, so thank you, thank you. And Cindy, would you like to share?
Yeah, I feel very happy to be here and doing these exercises. My heart got more happy. I was a little sad, and when I picked myself together, I feel much better, stronger, and thank you. These good exercises, I feel much better. And it's been a year around this time, the first time I came here. And I feel that I learn a lot, and I'm growing over time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, thank you. Patrick, would you like to share?
Yeah, I'll try doing this without crying.
Chandra, can you?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay, Patrick, you're stepping into your oneness.
Second. Sorry, the last one, my mom came through, and she's in spirit. And when you said walk into it again,
Wow,
it's just something I've been felt for a while.
that's wonderful. Wow. Wow, she stepped in from wherever she was, she wanted to be here. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you. And Jacek?
So it was a very powerful exercise. It wasn't even one person, but just the whole army of support me, like so much support, and then people here, people on the other side.
spirits. So the realization is very powerful. And my aura is even if it's
Yeah, and you can take that everywhere, everywhere. You know, I took my mother to the powwow a couple weeks ago. I'm driving in the car, I go, boy, I'm so bright, I should turn it down just a little bit, you know? And then, you know, I went to pick her up, she goes, I said, I know, Mom, I'm gonna turn my aura down. And she's like, well, you could, no, don't turn it down, just share a little bit with me, you know, and so I sprinkled it on her and she was laughing and everything, and you know, because you eventually you see it, you see your aura every second, you know, and it feels really good to do that. But thank you so much, thank you. And would Brian, you want to share?
Wasn't it was interesting. It was a lot of different shapes, a lot of different things, and then it was started out as like a purple haze that then being formed through the black and around it, but it could focus, and then it would kind of concentrate and come into shape, and it was interesting.
Wonderful, thank you. Do you want to share?
I think most of my thoughts mirror some that I've heard from others, especially about like the love coming through. First noticing that on the first exercise, like that carried through each one, and it was so tender and beautiful, and feeling it on a visceral level was a really beautiful experience. And then to what folks were saying about the aura, feeling my own aura so brightly and vibrantly there was something very empowering about, I think, all of the exercises, and then doing each of these in succession that way, it was empowering.
Wonderful, thank you. We are going to have a short lunch, and then we're going to come back because so much more, so much more. So let's what time is Monica over there? So we have 40 minutes for lunch, and so let's see, it's 12:25. So after, let's see, 12:25, and we should be back here like 1:15. Yeah, 1:15. 1:05. We'll do it 1:10. 1:10? Yeah, and so soup, snacks. There's a Panera down the street, there's downtown, there's Soul and Smoke around the corner. Just getting yourself some, walks, fresh air, sun prana, and some snacks. That's gonna ground you. So thank you. We'll see you in 40 minutes. Many blessings. 1:05. 1:10.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on one moment, please. Hold on one moment, please. Okay, well, we start again, if you'd be so kind. Thank you so much. You're going to hear a pause, and then we're going to relaunch in just a moment. Hold on, please. Thank you so much. Holding, please. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Monique. Thank you. She's sent me a really strong thought form. Turn on your video. Thank you. And thank you very much. And I was making mention that the launching points of the nervous system, to anchor it in, anchor in strength and power of someone you admire is in your nervous system already. So when you press this is number 1, number 2, number 3. So, and it could be both, but pressing it will activate the nervous system again. And it's important to keep practicing so that you can get it integrated. And when you're in that place, stage 1 is to visualize these things on a daily basis. And whenever you need them, press the thumb and the assigned finger to activate that into your nervous system, because your body, mind inspires every aspect of you to have that as a real situation and to give you an energy boost. So especially when you need it. Maybe you're going home, you're tired and you want to feel better. You want to feel loved and supported. Press the finger and the designated and the thumb and the designated finger, to have you feel loved, nurtured, and supported. Those are all good things. And remember that we are part of the earth, but we're also part of the spirit. So, I have the wheatgrass out here because it's important for us to have those nutrients for our physical body, because if our physical body doesn't feel well, it's hard to access other things in our body. So, so it's good to have that. So I like to grow these and snip some off and have some every day to just have a lot of wonderful nutrients in the body. So stage 1 is to practice, so that when you're pressing on the thumb and the designated finger, that your nervous system is launching that designated energy in your system. Stage 2 is to use that wonderful energy towards the plant kingdom, animal kingdom, water, air, and blessing them with that power that's flowing through you. So let's just say that you're holding your fingers together and you're launching that moment when you felt very loved and very successful, and supported and cared for. When you're feeling that and you're using a color to bring it into all the organs, you want to make sure you send that to the plant kingdom, and because you want to have a special connection with them. That's stage 2, but then stage 2 also says that in an advanced way to give it to someone else, to channel that because you're a conduit. So so that's going to be very important. And then to energize yourself with the future self. I asked you to sit down, close your eyes, and visualize yourself 1 year from now. And also that you can look at the characteristics of who you are and just be so happy and excited. So it looks like Monique's going home. Bye. So anyway, so it's important to really view yourself in the future and kind of decide, what do I need to do to get there? And remember, you're not by yourself. So you can ask your guides to help you, and then also to send that wonderful energy out to your loved ones, especially the ones that need help. And as I said before, awareness is the biggest gift you can give someone. And think about whatever it is you're working on right now. Whatever that block and obstacle is, sometimes we can't approach it in one way. We need to ask, when we're in that moment in time, when we're in that mystical space, how to approach that in another way that might be even more successful at dismantling it, breaking it down. And we can ask during those times when we're in those meditative states. Sometimes when we're with our future self, we can ask our future self, how did you overcome that? What is it that you did that could help? And also I really love when I'm holding these two fingers, the thumb and the finger together, and launching a time when I felt very loved, very supported, very nurtured, and feeling that my breath reset itself, and I'm feeling very pleasant and very, very safe. That's going to be very important for you, especially when you come home from a busy day, or in the moment of stress, or in the moment of needing help. That is a very good thing to do. So it's important to do. And the mantra is, to ask for help, and also to express gratitude even before you get the help. So a mystic really allows for mystical time to be a time when it unlocks this lightness in us. I also talked about the Om frequency. So we're going to do that now that we've eaten and walked around a little bit. We're going to sit it for about 5 minutes, and we're going to do the Oms. Now, I don't want you to feel like I can't do the Oms because I sound terrible when I do the Om. It doesn't matter to anybody. Doesn't matter to anybody here. And I would like you to try your best to just do the Oms, and because that vibration is going to help you to heal. I give it to people that are in hospitals, and it's just phenomenal how that sound and frequency. And there is a study that conductors of orchestras live a very long, long life. The reason why they live so long, longer than the regular person, is because they're being bombarded by these different frequencies, different vibrations, and it's very healing for the body. So an aspect of that is going out in nature, or bringing nature into you. I have the plants around me all the time. I've got a beautiful lime tree upstairs, and wheatgrass. I've got plants at home, and we're cohabitating together, but they give so much wonderful energy. You're bombarded by their energy. A lot of people don't know that springtime we feel so good. Why? Because the plants are coming up and they're energizing, and they're birthing themselves, and they're bursting with all this energy, and we're around them. So and that's why we feel so good. So we're entitled to that. And I always tell people, if you want to have a more sacred connection with nature, bring it into your home. Have a little tree, I have a little dwarf lemon tree in my kitchen. I had the lime tree in there, but he was too big, or she was too big. And it's really kind of cute because they really do connect with you. I remember my teacher, Walt Woods, he had a measuring machine that was kind of almost like a lie detector machine. And he connected it to his philodendron and turned it on. And as soon as he walked through the door to come home, it would be going, hey, it's him, and it would be happy, it attached to him. And it was very, I'm the same way. I can feel the plants, watching me and observing me. And you become aware of those things when you start becoming more aware of the subtle forces of the universe and everything. It's just a really wonderful thing. So if you want to get more in tune with the energetic properties of who you are and the earth properties of who you are, get connected to nature. Animals do that for us, plants do that for us. So if you can't get a puppy, get a plant, because they're really beautiful and wonderful, and they give us a lot of wonderful energy. I talk about the breath of wellness, and the breath of wellness is having a plant next to your nightstand, on your nightstand, sprinkling it with a little bit of water, bringing it here, taking a deep breath and bringing in the medicine of that plant. And as you exhale, just say thank you to the plant because the plant wants to do that. And as you bring that in, you are becoming more balanced in the energetic properties of who you are and the earth properties of who you are. What happens sometimes with our upbringing is we get too connected to the earth aspect of who we are. You know, through being too analytical or we overthink things. And when we start to have nature around us more, we start bringing that back into a state of balance, which is important. So, so I highly encourage you bring plants close to you, not just having them, but interacting with them. And just allowing for them to help you to get more in a sacred balance. And my teacher used to say that nature is the doorway of our spiritual aspects. And it's so true. When you sit on a mountain, you really can't think of anything else except for how wonderful this experience, this feeling, and you become one with everything, you know, and so it is true. So you want to bring that into your life a little bit more to help you. So we're going to talk about, we're going to finish with the mystical time, and then we're going to talk about the law of energetic restitution and a few other things. Did we finish? Yes, we did. Okay. Yeah.
The law of energetic restitution. In the energy world, we are all the components of blocks and obstacles and or gifts and talents and skills we have. If we find that we have done harm to someone in a past life or even in this lifetime, we can perform something called energetic restitution, which means that we identify that we have done something that might have harmed someone at any level, and that we dedicate our service work to that person and or persons for their happiness, peace, and healing. And that they are surrounded by good energy to help them heal the pain, whether it be emotional or physical, and move forward in good wisdom, in a good wisdom-filled way. Our energy field will experience a lightness after the bad karma is removed from our energy field, and the person we harmed also experiences a lightness within their energy field. Think of it this way. When you have an argument with someone that you care about, you feel sad and hurt, and they feel sad and hurt, but once both of you say you're sorry and walk through a better conversation and resolution regarding what was argued about, you feel so much better, and so does the person. It is a sense of lightness that is experienced in the energy field when you clear out the argument from your mind, body, and aura.
Thank you. And there are also people that have hurt us, right? You know, it's not just so much that, you know, that law of restitution is for us to clear our aura of something that we might have did. And we might not even know what we did. It might be something that happened in another lifetime and, you know, it's playing out in this lifetime. So my teacher taught me that going into mystical time, and you can do this, what I recommend is, you know, having a place where you can sit down in your home uninterrupted, and the things that you feel comfortable with, like smudge the space, use candles, essential oil like lavender and anything that's cleansing. And you want to put that person in front of you, person that has done harm to you, or the person that you have done harm to. And you want to surround them with a sphere of light of gold energy. So they have to stay there. They can't move around or anything like that, especially if they're not the nicest people in the world. And you want to place that person in a sphere of light in front of you, place them in namaste, so their hands are here, and, you know, have them acknowledging you by nodding and saying, you know, this is the time when I need to listen to you, and this is the time when we're going to do resolution. Keep in mind that your intention is to resolve things, right? So you're not going to yell at that person again. You're not going to fight with that person again and remember this and remember that. We're not going to do that. So we are going to move forward with resolution, and transparency of that intention is important. So when you put that person in front of you in a sphere of light, in a golden sphere of light, you're holding them in that space, putting your hands in namaste, and they put their hands in namaste. And you talk to them about that this is a moment in time when we're going to resolve this. And, I talk to people about what is forgiveness. In the Native American tradition, we are taught that forgiveness has nothing to do with forgiving what they did. It has everything to do with getting that energy off your aura. That's exactly what it is. So, and what you're doing is because if you don't do that, you're going to carry those things in your energy field, and you won't even realize how it's affecting your journey, your travel. So we put that person in front of us, and we speak to them, and we say, we invoke for all of our helpers to be here, all of our virtuous helpers to be here. And maybe I did something to you that you antagonized me in this life. I don't know, but I do know this: I want resolution. And I'm asking for all my guides to take the energy that was dispersed in this lifetime and other related lifetimes to be lifted from me and you for the purpose of removing it from my aura, which is called forgiveness, not condoning what you did, but initiating that forgiveness because I don't want it in my aura anymore. So, you want to make it what it is. It's not a condoning of an action. It is a initiation of resolution to take it off your aura. And you want to look at it that way. So you put that person in front of you, because when you put that person in front of you, sometimes those emotions start coming back in, and you have to remind yourself, I'm doing this mystical platform so that I can release myself of the bondage of this. I am no longer participating in, the hatred or frustration or the hurt, because this platform, I've extracted all the wisdom I can from it. If there's any more wisdom that I'm supposed to learn, I ask for a downpouring of it, because we are completed. I forgive you because I want this out of my energy field. I want it off my aura. And then when you say those things, you want to visualize that everything is coming off of your aura. And when it's coming off of your aura, it's going up to the sky. And the person that's encased in the gold sphere is also, things are coming off their aura and being taken up to the sky. That all the guides and helpers are doing this work. And then you want to take a nice deep breath and say, I'm completed with this time, and I have released and dismantled all of the energy that has to do with a lower vibration. I am completed. So now when you do that, you're stating to your aura that you're no longer going to have those things, because they vibrate at a rate that doesn't allow you to move forward. So, and you want to think about it before you start. You want to ask yourself the mystical question: what would happen if I let this go? What would happen if I decreed to release it into the energy field? What would happen? What would happen if I did that? Because you haven't been doing that, right? And so if I say, I've been pretty ticked off with this person for a very long time, and it just, we keep, it's not moving anywhere. So I'm going to have to put this person in front of me, and I'm going to have to say, well, I'm going to extract whatever wisdom I have learned a lot. I've learned about myself. I learned a lot about the world, but I cannot participate in this anymore. So I need to move forward with a lighter aura, and that's how I am going to evolve. So sitting down and saying, what would happen if I just release this, just let it go. Now, this person might be in your face every day because they work with you and things like that. So there is an invocation in my book about bullies. And what, we have that's kind of a little bit of what's going on. You do want to you want to use that invocation in my book about bullies until you feel that it's done. So, but it can't be in your aura because it's like climbing a mountain with one hand tied behind your back. And so we're going to read about the law of evolution and how it equates to the law of change. So can you read that?
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So is this something that we can also use if we dislike somebody for no reason? I mean, like sometimes, we must come from a different lifetime. So there's people that we used to like.
Right. Okay. So yes, and I'm going to repeat that. He said, can you use this technique with someone you just don't like and you don't know why you don't like this person? You just don't like this person. It could be from another lifetime. And yes, absolutely, because it firstly starts with what you will allow in your aura and what you won't allow in your aura. So, and when you say I'm going to, incorporate the law of restitution or evolution, because I want to move past this, I'll forgive that. And then I have to set energetic boundaries. And that would be the next thing is you have to set energetic boundaries, energetic wise and physically, and so if you're encountering this person at work or something like that, you have to ask for that person to be worked on so they can evolve. But to set the boundaries that you do not have to participate in this person's life. You can do that. You don't have to be shoulder to shoulder with somebody that you're having difficulties with. And what will transpire is when there's meetings, you won't be present, he won't be present, or something will happen to keep that energy into a better place. And you will start to find out that that person isn't evil, it's just they're different. They approach things differently, maybe more aggressively or abrasively, and you don't have to participate in that with them. But also using the bully energy, because even though that you don't know why you don't like that person, there's some aspect of that energy that's participating in that.
So sometimes it can be tricky because what I do is, so I do healing work. So sometimes it happens with patients, like patient comes here, you have that heavy energy and there's the judgment. And I think the tricky part is that as a healer, you feel guilty. You say, okay, I'm here to help instead of be judging people.
Well, when someone comes into your practice and you don't know why you don't feel good about that person because that person's judgmental, or there is a life lesson for you, and you want to invoke to be able to see that person for the true reason that they are coming to see you. And that will be revealed to you because you are invoking for it. Is we have judgments of about people that are curt or demanding, or they're not coming with their head in hand and saying they need help, and what I have found is by invoking to see that person in their true pure nature, I found that was the only way they could ask. That's the only thing they have. They've been around rude people all their life, and that's the only language that they have. And I remember when I first started, there was a gentleman, and his wife brought him, and they were from, I think it was South Carolina. And he walked into my room and he said, well, what are you doing here? All of the Indian people are down in Arizona. What are you doing here? And I just smiled, and And I knew that that was his way of trying to have a dialogue with me. He wasn't being judgmental. He just didn't know how to talk nice. No one ever taught him how to do that. And I know he was there not because they made him come, because nobody can make you do anything. If you don't want to come somewhere, you're not going. And he wanted to be there because he needed help. But he was not hand in hand. He was being who he is all the time, and so he became one of my biggest advocates, because I knew that he wasn't being mean. He was just coming from the only place he knew. That's the only language he had, so and through time, he became more respectful, more honoring, more, because he knew, not right away, but as he progressed, he became aware that he was abrasive, and that's why he didn't have any friends or nothing, and so he started realizing, he was the middle of the problem, so the obstacle.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So we're gonna read.
The law of evolution equates to the law of change. History repeats itself until we learn from it and change our efforts, applications to our path. Stay away from things that are not going to bring out the best in you. Invite and create new social circles and friendships that replenish you and evaluate you to think better, upgrading your thought skills. Do a value-driven life, not a goal-driven life. An example would be, my values are to be healthy, love and be loved, be kind, give wisdom. When you move in the world with your values, your goals will fall into place. Build a positive foundation. Be clear on your values. Values are much more important and allow for your goals to manifest to you. Try to find out what your values are and spin them into your goals so that your goals will manifest. Some millionaires are unhappy because they focus on their goals and not their values. It's important to allow allow your values to guide your goals to achieve them with good health and wisdom. The question to ask the universe is, what would happen if? This will help you use mystical time to energetically map out a great piece of guidance. When we change ourselves, our lives follow suit and changes too.
Right. When we change, our life changes. And the question, what would happen if, is something that you can use in your career, in your business. And here's a couple of examples. So, it's possible, at your work and everybody else gets a bigger bonus and you don't get a bonus, and you can ask yourself a question. You want to sit in meditation and what would happen if the situation was that I would get that big bonus just like everybody else? Well, I wouldn't be learning too much. I need to learn. See, everything happens in that stress point so you can get educated. And the formula is, where there's stress, there is focus. Where there is focus, there is potential for resolution. So you want to look at a stress point as the universe's way of tapping you on the shoulder and thinking about something. So yes, I didn't get the biggest bonus, but guess what? There's probably a reason why, and it could be, something I need to improve, or maybe they need to improve. It could be like a camaraderie thing that the higher ups are doing, or it could be something that I'm doing. You wouldn't know that, and you wouldn't even address it if you weren't in that situation. So an example would be, if I didn't get that bonus and everybody else did, I would find out where that's coming from. Is it something that I need to work on, or is it something that I need to work on for them? If I find that it's a prejudice thing, I'm definitely going to work on the decision makers. I'm going to work on them. I'm going to look it up in my book. I am going to write a invocation to bring them to a place of, fairness and all of that, or to see the values that you bring. If it's something that I need to fix, I'm gonna express gratitude because I'm going to step up to the plate and do those things. So, having something that is perceived as a terrible thing happen, like not getting a bonus appropriately, or, maybe you made a really wonderful product, and no one bought it, well, maybe I was supposed to prove the concept before I put it out there and spent all that money, so you really learn a lot about yourself when there is a stress point. And it could be viewed as a bad thing, but it isn't. It's just more information about you, it's more information for you to do something with. So I think there are a number of energetic laws that show that, failure is not a bad thing. It's a platform by which you get more information so that you can mature. That's what it is. So, and so the law of evolution is that we have the right to evolve. We have the right to ask questions about our evolution, and we have the right to move into that evolutionary platform. But there are some things that we have to do for that to happen. And in order for us to know that, we have to ask some questions. So, so the law of evolution says that we can evolve, and we should evolve, and we're going to be happier when we do evolve. And we have to sit and ask, okay, if this happened, it happened for a reason. Sometimes, we get challenged with family members, sometimes, when the Christmas comes around, it's like, oh my gosh, I gotta go to the family. I love this part of the family, but oh, that one over there, oh, that's awful. And I don't know if I want to do that. But there's also, the situations, when it comes to, constituents, partners, and what we want to remember is that we can change people and friends much quicker than we can family. Raise your hand if you know that, but there's reason for that, and so when we work with a family, it's a little harder. Why? Well, why would that be? Well, because the family is there for lots of reasons. But one of the reasons is you have to dig deeper in your toolkit to work on those things. And when we dig deeper into that toolkit, we get really smart about how to handle those things. Maybe one thing we do is we set boundaries, and we speak in a way that's better to set those boundaries. Maybe we get really good at the energy work that needs to be done to be able to transform that situation. But it will continue until we progress and get better at what we're doing, as far as the interactions with people are concerned. Sometimes, family members, unfortunately get sick. And that challenges us too, and how does it challenge us? It makes us step up to the plate even more, to leave no stone unturned to find the answers to help. And we don't know if it's to help the physical body or the spirit body, but we are going to find out. And you'll know when you start to do it, when you start to invoke for, I need to understand what is my part in this? How do I approach this? What is the wise thing to do? And it could be that you start to develop your energy work more profoundly, or you start to learn about the plant kingdom and what it can do, and how you can take the plant energy and send it across the world for a loved one. I do it all the time. So because the plants, they just don't emanate energy right where they are. They're like us. They are conduits of energy. I remember when I first learned homeopathics, I go, oh, that's perfect. I can supply this homeopathic suspension in my energy work. I can infuse that person. And if I can infuse that person with that homeopathic suspension on my table, I can do it across the country. You know, and it works, especially when you believe in your work. If you believe in your work, you are going to generate the power of your work. If you don't believe in your work, only half that energy goes across the town. So, and so it's important. It's kind of like a surgeon. If you're going to surgery and he comes up to you, he or she comes up to you and says, well, you know, I believe in half of what I do, and I'll see you in there. And you're like, oh my gosh, you know, you want someone that's going to walk in and say, it's going to be a great day. You're going to be okay. I know what I'm doing. And we'll talk after you come back from the surgery and you're waking up in intensive care. Well, everything's going to be good. This is what I'm going to do, you know, so you want to be that person. And when you are that person, you generate that power because you open those doors for that to happen. So, you know that to be true when you see situations like the boy that was trying to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge and he jumped, but then there was a police officer that was walking by and he jumped to get that boy and saved him. Now, when you ask that police officer why he did that, he will tell you, I wasn't planning on doing that, but there was something in me that stepped up to the plate and everything happened. He said, it changed my whole life. You know, it changed my life that I committed myself to that. And both him and I survived. So, and that happens all the time, but you don't have to get to that point to be able to generate that kind of energy. So, and I've experienced it myself where someone has brought a child in that, you know, I'm not a medical doctor. You know, I may not know what's happening at that moment because it might be the first time I'm exposed to that. But I can assure you that I will open up all the channels to ask for my guides to help me to understand what's going on to help that child. And I will do it 120%. So, and you have that capability too. So you just have to do it. You have to believe in the fact that you can. So, and it isn't just for them, it's for you too. So, we always put ourselves on the back burner or we, you know, make these small attempts. But for us, we have to make 100% attempt for ourselves as well. So that's sacred balance, you know, and so it's important to do that. And we do that through understanding how the universe can give us what we need, which is the law of inquiry. So you can read that.
The law of inquiry. We have the right to inquire and we have the right to receive an answer. We have the right to evolve. The key is to ask the right question in order to receive the right answer. Begin with building knowledge into your aura. The aura is an energy tool that has 3 basic operating systems. Every morning within your morning intentions, invoke to ask the right questions to receive the right answers. You will find that as you build this request into your energy field, you will start to ask wise and appropriate questions.
That's correct. That the law of inquiry means that we have the right to ask questions and the right to receive answers. And I remember my teacher used to say, well, get the right, you know, you'll get the right answers when you ask the right questions. And I thought, oh my God, I don't know how to ask the right questions. And he said, well, why don't you invoke every day to ask the right questions to get the right answers? And I did that. And all of a sudden, when I started asking a question, it would be reformatted in the energy world. And I would get like, oh, you said this, but I think you meant this. And I go, oh yeah, that's what I meant. I meant that. And you start to learn to ask those questions correctly, you know, so, but it all starts with invoking to be able to ask the right questions. So if you're not getting answers to your questions, you're not asking the right questions. And you want to, with the law of inquiry, have a knowing that you are going to be given the answers. And you really need to continue to ask your guides, what is the right question I'm supposed to be asking about this? So that you can get that question, but also the substance that comes with it. Because there's all these wonderful pieces of information that you get with that inquiry. And the law of inquiry also says that when we ask with another law, which is the law of inquiry. So if you want to develop your psychic abilities, you want to use the law of economy. So the law of economy says that when I use my energy for a higher purpose other than myself, I'm going to initiate more energy that flows through me to acquire, to accomplish that task. So when you help one person, that's wonderful. When you help more than one person, that's awesome. That's what the universe wants. And I remember when I believe it or not, you know, when I was growing up, I wanted to practice the art of invisibility. I did not want to speak in front of people. I wanted to be left alone. I don't want to do that. I have nothing to offer, And that's what I said to my teacher. And he said, I want you to have a new thought in your energy field. And I said, okay. And I want you to tell me what you're going to do about practicing the art of invisibility, Billie. You can't do that, you know. And I said, okay. So I put in my aura that I would be able to speak to people, you know, whether it was one person or a billion people, it wouldn't matter, you know, and that I had a lot to offer, you know. And he said this, okay, so you're going to put that in your aura every day. And when things change, have the courage to say yes. And I said, okay. So, so I did that. And, you know, in 2 weeks went by and I was in grammar school. And this woman came from the head of the Girl Scouts Association and said, we want to pay you and to come and speak to our group. We'll pay you $100. Now for a little girl, that's a lot of money. And I was going to say, no. But then I heard my teacher say, when things change, have the courage to say yes. And I said, yes. So I did say yes. And so I said, okay, now what? You know, now I'm going to be talking in front of people and I don't feel like I have anything to share, you know? And so I talked to my teacher and he said, here's the principle, teach and you will be taught. And I said, what does that mean? And he said, you'll see. So, and it's true, when you are practicing the law of economy, where you're going to be touching a lot of people, you say things that you would never say. And I stood in front of them and I talked about some of the native traditions. Things were coming out of my mouth and I go, wow, that's brilliant. Let me write that down. Oh, wait a minute, I said that, you know? And I started to realize that the universe will speak through you, through the law of economy. And and you get better at it. You get much better at it. And then of course you learn from it because you're saying, and you write it down, because I did, and you would think about it and say, that's brilliant. I could write a whole book on it, you know? So, and of course, the rest is history. I don't have a problem speaking in front of anyone, whether it's a million people or one person. It doesn't matter to me, you know, because I am utilizing my values, and my values are that I want to create a sacred space one person at a time so this world can be a better place for everyone, not just me. You know, I mean, I know how to throw energy in different places to have a good life, but that's just me, you know, and that isn't what I wanted. I wanted everyone to have that opportunity. So, so the platform of stepping into helping others is part of your value, because if it wasn't, you wouldn't be here. You know, you're everything that's happening to you is provoking you to ask some questions, and this is part of that. So, and I can assure you that when you're inquiring about any discomfort that you're having, whether it's a physical thing or it's a sister who annoys you and pokes the bear when you go on to Christmas holidays or whatever it is, it's there for a reason. And you want to know what that reason is. Be persistent about it. Be persistent. And also when you're asking that question in the beginning, it's very important to be in meditation because as you progress, you won't need meditation to get the answers. But for right now, because there's a whole bunch of blocks, you need to adjust your energy field to hear what they have to say to you. So, and it's important. Those situations are not there to bind you. They are there to help you to mature. So, it's kind of like when you're doing a marathon and there's a barrier, to see those wooden horses where they say, don't step on this area, there are some people that stand in front of that wooden horse and say, God, it's here. What do I do? Instead of going under it, around it, jump over it, and keep going, so it's important for you to have that tenacity to get the answer that you're looking for. And do not stop until you get it. And you're entitled to it because that's the law of inquiry. You are entitled to it. So now I can tell you that just as an example, somebody asked me a very, very interesting question 2 weeks ago. And, this person was an attorney who was going down to one of the states to participate in a case that was pretty bad. It was involved a little girl that got abducted and she was killed. And he had to, because he was part of the attorney team, he had to listen to everything that was on the recording, and that was devastating for him. Because, it was on one of these transportation trucks that had happened, and the perpetrator covered the cameras. But the transportation vehicles had audio. And so everything was recorded on the audio and not the cameras. So he had to listen to all that. And he was devastated by it because he has his own family. And he asked me a question. He said, if there is a God, and I believe, because I'm a spiritual person, why would that happen? Why would that happen? Who would allow that? And he said, I'm asking you. So I told him, I said, I do want to tell you why those things happen. And I want you to think about what you're going to do about it. Because things happen for a reason. You're part of a resolution or not. And what I told him is the way the universe works is no, the creator does not want those things. And absolutely, those things are not good. And they are not comfortable for anyone. But the way energy works is we are on the earth, and a fragmented human being can be affected by lower vibration. And when there's a fragmented human being, and he said, well, let me just say that this person that harmed this little girl, that killed this little girl, he didn't have a record, that, he didn't have any kind of indications. I said, well, let me ask you this. You say he didn't have any indications. I said, was he part of nature? Did he share connections with the community? What kind of individual? I mean, what did he participate? Was he on his Xbox 24 hours a day? Did he listen to very abusive music and very abusive visuals? What do you expect from a person that does that? Those are the flags. Those are the red flags. That's fragmentation. Not connected to the plants, not connected to the animals. Not, I mean, that is a demonstration of a disengaged person who is fragmented and can be easily influenced by very bad energy. And I said, and it's unfortunate. However, what are you going to do about it? And he said, well, what am I supposed to do? And I said, well, besides putting aside the fact that you have to do your job, I said, you know, a fragmented individual was a child, you know, and that person didn't get the nurturing and connections with the plants and mentoring about what is good and what is not good, and to be around social circles that bring out the best in you, you know, and all of that. He did not get that. As a result of that, he was influenced by very harmful energy and did harm. So what do you think your job is? And he said, oh, I see. And I said, yeah. So your job is, if you want to help the world, because we are part of the earth, you want to create a organization or part of an organization that will help children that have parents that don't want to spend time with their kids, and give them the time that they need to connect with the plants and everything else. And that's how it changes. He said, I see. I know. Because fragmented people don't come out of the earth that way. They really are not. They are taught that way. So when we as individuals want to see other children and help them in some way, you know, or be a part of an organization that helps children in really wonderful ways, to really be guided by virtues and nature. And as my teacher said, if you see a person that's not connected to nature or the virtues, that's a problem. That's a big problem. You know, and my other grandfather said, when nothing is sacred, everything can go wrong. So so we want to see when things happen to us, why things happen to us, and what we can do about it in a way that is accessible to us. You know, now my way is that I teach others, you know, wisdom and how the universe works, so they can participate in their wonderful life's purpose and touch others that way. But there are so many other ways to do it, you know, so, and it's important. We all know those fragmented people, you know, they're on television, they're in the news, we see them across the street with kids. You know, we can energetically do something by the law of, you know, by the law of economy. And the law of economy says that we can use energy. And here's a perfect example. You know, in the chapter in my book, Clearing Our Neighborhoods of Negative Energy. If we just say this invocation one time a day, where we're bringing awareness to people to incorporate more peace and love and into our neighborhoods, we're changing things. So it's very important. Now, what does that do for you? It helps you clean your aura, clean your karma. When we do things with the law of economy to help channel that energy out to the world, our energy field gets better too, you know, so because we're being utilized by the universe in that way. So, you know, and the proof is in the pudding. You know, I'm going to be 72 in March, and I can keep going till midnight and then get up at 4:30 in the morning and do it again. Why? Because, you know, I'm practicing the law of economy. It works. You don't deplete yourself by helping other people. You know, it doesn't work that way. So the law of evolution and the law of change and the law of inquiry helps us to get more information about the stress points in our life, and that they're there for a particular reason. They're not there to, you know, punish us in any way, shape, or form. They're there just so we can figure out stuff. So any questions about that? Okay, so let's read a little bit more.
Do you want me to read the next one?
Mhm.
Okay. Law of less regret. This law states that when your body is in 50% of the life force factor, it may be eminent that your body will release your spirits and transition into the energy world. Before this happens, the law of last regret begins and the chakras start to provide information about things that happened during your life that affected other people, animals, and events that you regret. This law gives you the opportunity to apologize or make right things that were harmful. This will help you transition into the spirit world via better experience. People often, before they die, ask to see specific people to ask for forgiveness or try to make things right with them in hopes to be at peace before they leave the earth.
Right, that happens all the time when people are passing away. They want to talk to people that were in their life to say they're sorry or to make some peace in some way before they go into the energy world. That happens all the time. And it's called the law of last regret. What happens in this law is that because we are moving into the energy world and leaving our physical bodies, that our chakras start to bring forth things that could be taken care of on the earth before we go into the energy world. The reason why we want to do that is because when we go into the energy world, we want to come into that place in a lighter perspective, in a lighter energy. And so, when we go into that platform of exiting the earth, because we're going home, there's two things that you want to know. There are two ways of dying. The first one is divine intervention. Divine intervention and divine timing mean it's just time for us to go home, and we know that, when we're on our deathbed, we know it's divine timing. It's time for us to go home, but then there's the second way of dying. The second way of dying is that we, with our unawareness, contribute to our death. And that means, maybe we don't know that we're not supposed to eat margarine or butter. Instead, we should be eating ghee. Ghee is very, very good. It tastes like butter. It is butter, but it's clarified butter. And the only thing that's in there is good stuff, like good for your heart, good for your nervous system, good for everything. And so each time we pass over, we start to realize the things we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing. And it's not a punishment by any means, but it's a learning process. So the second way of dying is through as my teacher would say, I'm going to say it softly, sorry, teacher. He used to say, through our ignorance, we contribute to our death, and maybe we don't know that secondhand smoke is not good, or having a cigarette in the back of a truck that's got exhaust going on is just definitely not good for us, So the second one starts to get better through every reincarnation, that we realize that there's certain things we should not be doing. So, and the law of last regret gives us that opportunity to feel a lighter aura when we leave, and we go into different places as we exit. Just like the Tibetans, they talk about the different worlds that you can go into in death. What we want to do is we want to make sure our aura is as light as possible. I remember one time I was, in a hospital, and this one gentleman was passing away, and he was telling me, I'm afraid to die. And I go, why? And he said, because there's all these panthers around me. And I look and I go, oh, those are not panthers. Those are just like bad energies. But I didn't tell him that. And he was afraid, he's very afraid. And I knew he was leaving because his life force was very, very small, and he was just having such a hard time. So I invoked for the divine light to circle him, and also to have an angel right in front of his face. So he could see only that beautiful angel in his face. And as soon as that happened, he relaxed. And he looked and he goes, I see the face of God. I see this beautiful light. I see this smiling, beautiful light. And it was this angel that I invoked for. And he didn't see anything else. And then he exited through that wonderful path. So what happens with the law of last regret, and he felt bad because he hurt people, a whole bunch of people. And he felt that he was doomed. He was doomed. And he wasn't. He has to kind of do some wonderful work to help everything that transpired. So what transpires with the law of last regret for us is, to sit and for me, I look at that law in this way. Number one, I want to fix things right now. I don't want to wait till I'm on the other side, because it's not that it's so much harder. The travel, and then going to see the other side, and this is what happens when you go on to the other side. When you go on to the other side, you let go of your physical body, because you have to get to the other side, and it's fatiguing to release the physical body because you've been so attached to it, and you go into what is called a soul slumber because of that fatigue. It's very short. You wake up and you are with angels, and what they do is they help you to acclimate to where you are. Sometimes people go, oh no, I'm not dead, I need to go back, and things happen. But what happens is the angels eventually take you for what is called a life review. So the life review is when you look at everything that you did and how it affected people and how it affected everything else. So, and that's not to shame you in any way, shape, or form. It's just to give you a realization. And then you make this commitment. You go, well, I don't want to do that. I'm going to go back. I want to go back. I want to do this. And so I can do this better. And you do it better. But the transition is much, much easier if you make things right here. Now, how do you make things right? I mean, what if some of the people that you wanted to make things right with are not here anymore, or maybe the people that you wanted to make things right with, because they're so abusive, are still abusive. Who wants to be around that? That is why energy is important, the energy world. You put that person in front of you and you just say, I'm sorry that we didn't get along. I'm sorry that, you're a very argumentative person. And, I understand that you're teaching me something. But, I want to say, if I've hurt you in the other lifetimes, I'm sorry. But I'm also have to set the boundaries so that you don't hurt me either. And we're completed. So you really have to kind of get that all taken care of before you get on the other side. So you feel like a lot lighter when you're dealing with your life review. Your life review is kind of like that movie and play, A Christmas Carol. It's kind of like that. It's really real. It's very, very real. And even when you're reincarnating, if you're wanting to reincarnate, which I do because I like brownies, they don't have them there. And and I love plants and I like to play with them and have them around. So they have them, but they're kind of like, as my daughter would say, when I packed her lunch for when she was going to school, I gave her like a kind of a Twinkie. It wasn't a Twinkie, it was organic and all this sort of stuff. And I asked her, how was it? And she goes, it was like eating a picture of a Twinkie. And I said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. So, so just to let you know that, we want to make things a little right when we're here, we have that opportunity. So any questions? Yes.
So this also gets activated when you're experiencing like an energetic death. You will, like when you're in the process of transformation, and you are part of you is dying, I guess. This is only applied to like
the law of last regret happens when you're dying, when you're physically dying. Yeah, that's the only time. So, okay, then we're going to go into the law of humility.
The law of humility. One must accept something in order to change it. You cannot change what you cannot see. Invoke during your morning ceremony to see what you need to change in order to evolve to help yourself, family, and the world.
Yeah, and thank you. That's very important because if we don't ask for that, how are we going to know what we need to change? Nobody's going to tap us on the shoulder and tell us what we need to change, even though our people around us know what it is. They're not going to tell us. First of all, maybe we would get a little upset with them, or maybe we would say that's not true. But it's so important for us to ask, what is it that I need to change so I can be the best person that I can be, to help people, to help myself. So it's important to ask that every day so that you get like wonderful downpouring of healing ourselves. Because the true power of things is to open up the idea that the universe can help us. And that is a really important part of the law of humility.
Okay. It suggests that true power and strength come from a place of humility rather than ignorance or ego. The law of humility encourages individuals to recognize their limitations and acknowledge that they are part of a larger whole rather than being the center of the universe.
Yeah, and a lot of times what happens is when the universe says arrogance and ego, all that means is that, I'm not sure, what I need to change. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to change anything. Maybe I'm just being bombarded with curses. I don't know. And so this kind of blocks the energy. And so the true power and strength is to be open, that there is a possibility that I have to have some change in me, and it could be just to accept healing or to accept support or to relinquish the bondage of that I'm obviously maybe was bad somewhere, or you have to let go and just allow for information to come to you.
It promotes the idea of being open to learning, growth, and different perspectives, rather than believing that one has all the answers. The law of humility is often associated with spiritual teachings, which emphasize the importance of humility in cultivating inner peace, compassion, and a deeper connection with a higher power or the universe. Practicing humility can help individuals build stronger relationships, foster a sense of gratitude, and avoid the pitfalls of pride and ignorance, which can lead to negative consequences.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. I remember when I was young, I didn't want to go into the sweat lodge because it's so hot in there and it's dark and you can't come out, and you have to stay in there. And I didn't like darkness, and I couldn't breathe, and all of that. And I remember, I was sitting in my first sweat lodge and I must have been like, I don't know, 10 or something like that. And I was sitting there and, I just said, okay, I'm going to humble myself here. I have to humble myself and I have to ask for help because I can't go anywhere and I can't breathe and I'm having a panic attack. And I was just a kid, but I knew I was having a panic attack. And I would like to just, scream and jump out of my, place and run out but I wasn't supposed to do that. So I went within and I just surrendered and I said, please help me. I know I'm in here for a good purpose and I know I'm supposed to be here, but my physical body is going through all this trauma and I really can't calm myself down. I can't breathe, and all of a sudden like that, it was taken away. And I was like, where did it go? And I thought, I don't feel anxious. I don't feel nervous. I can breathe. I can look around. I can listen to the songs. And so I surrendered. And surrender is very important too. When we surrender because we know we need help, and I've seen people say, I've never prayed in my life. I've never knelt down and talked to God. I've seen people do it. But when I did it and I had my heart open, I got help. And it's true. So I remember that like it was yesterday. And I looked around and I saw people talking and doing the ceremonies. And I was like, I would have missed all of this, because I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. My heart was racing. It was too hot. I couldn't see anything. And boom, it all changed because I surrendered and asked for help with my entire heart because I couldn't go anywhere, and so that is really a very much a part of humility of, like a heap big medicine woman at 10 years old, I didn't have what the universe has. And so the universe is listening all the time. And so we can ask for that help. And that's what happens when people have addictions and they ask for help and they open their heart. Now, people say, well, how come somebody's prayers are answered and mine aren't? And to that, I would say, the reason why that happens is, did you really ask for help? Did you really open your heart? Did you hold back something, you know? Did you not want to believe? You know, I mean, all of those things are part of that component for people that get their prayers answered, and the ones that don't, you know, are really, for me, I surrendered 100%. What I got back from that was help. So, you know, you want to think about how that feels for you. You know, what have you done so far? And what do you need to do to get to that place where you're going to be able to be helped? So think about that. So, any questions? Okay, yes.
I think I'm having problems in understanding when you ask for help, are you asking your guides, your angels, the creator? Who are you directing your prayer or your petition to when you're?
Good question. So the question was, who am I asking for help from? Your guides, your angels, the creator? For me, you know, I ask for help from all of those because I state it. You know, I state that, you know, my guides help me, my ancestors on the other side, the creator, the angels, the deities that are sitting here listening to me. I put them all in there, you know, and so you want to ask for that. But when I ask for that help, I am not asking in a way that I'm kind of going to get the help. I'm asking that I believe every single one of them is going to help me. So that opens up your heart to the assistance, because in the sincerity of the request, you will get the help, or you will get an answer that will help you understand why. You're either not going to get it because this needs to happen, that needs to happen. You will get something that's profound and powerful. So if it's to help you in a moment of assistance, and it happens all the time, you know, like, you know, I talked about that police officer who jumped and saved that boy from, you know, jumping off the bridge and killing himself. That was not his intention. I mean, the spirit of who he was did that. There is, when we ask for help, we have to know that we're asking 100% with the fact that they're listening and they are going to give us the help that we need, you know. Many times people ask, they pray, and they're like, maybe I'll get it, or maybe they'll hear me, or maybe this will happen, or there's a maybe in there. And that kind of blocks it, you know. So you want to be sure. And also when you're talking to your guides on the other side and all your helpers, you know, you want to know that they are listening. You know, they're definitely listening. So, but sometimes what happens is we feel like there's nobody out there listening, you know, and you want to know that they are.
I have another question.
Mm-hmm.
Usually when we're talking, because we're talking, you mentioned we're here on earth, but we're also going into the spiritual world.
Mm-hmm. We are spirit, and we are physical.
Okay.
We're both.
So you know, when I look at the spirit, it's so immense. Or I feel like it's immense. We're talking about guides. We happen to have the creator. We happen to have angels. Are there evil I mean, how do we prevent, or set boundaries to
Sure.
protect ourselves? from-
Well, that is a good question, and, I'm glad you asked that question. But for us as Native people, we are taught at a very early age, that we filter everything. So that's why we say by the power of our good merits, we invoke for our virtuous helpers, our virtuous guides, our virtuous ancestors, because we've got ancestors that are not so virtuous. There's nobody in this room that doesn't have that, but we don't want to invoke them, they're the crazy heralds in our family at Christmas, and now they're up in, we don't want to invoke them. And so your role is to learn how to filter things. So you have to do that. So before I go to bed, I ask for all of my family to be virtuously influenced only in their sleep time, their dream time, and all levels of consciousness from the time of now until 10 o'clock in the morning. So I have requested that for them, and so your role is to filter out, the lower vibrations. But by the nature of who you are, the negative forces don't want to be around your energy because it's transforming, but I always ask for, all non-virtuous forces, mental illness forces, non-virtuous entities, mental illness energies that have been around me for the past 72 hours to be picked up by my guides and get some help in the energy world, transform permanently to divine light and fill the void with divine light, so they don't want to be around me because they're going to be transformed, or sometimes they do because they want to be transformed. But your role as an individual is to, just like you pick your friends, hopefully you're picking your friends that are bringing out the best in you, and you bring out the best in them. Those are your friends, and your social circles and everything. You want to invoke for all of that to bring out the best in you. You learn. You have to learn that, when you're around people that, of course, we do service work for others that need help, that are violent and everything, but we don't have to have them for dinner and things like that. We want to have energy around us that will help us evolve. I tell my little nephew, he's not so little anymore, but I told him, I said, be around people that are going to teach you new things that are good, that are really going to guide you to challenge your thoughts to be better. Don't be around people that are gonna, I always know when he was around people that weren't influencing very well. He came home with a story one time. It's so funny. He said, "Oh, after school, I went to just to see, what the Xboxes were, the upgraded versions. I mean, I don't have any money or anything. I just went over there, and you know what happened, Auntie? There was a box with a new Xbox that somebody just left in front of the store, and I brought it home, because somebody left it there. And I smiled and I said, I looked at him, I said, now who do you think you're talking to? And I said, well, I'm sure that, that's going to consume a lot of your time. It's not going to be good for you. And even though you found it, we're not going to plug it in or anything like that. However, my teacher said that you can lie to your friends. You can even lie to God, but you should never lie to yourself. And my question to you is, do you really believe the story you told me? And he goes, no. And I go, okay. So I said, so, if you believe that story and you said that to me, I'd be very concerned, because, that doesn't even sound like you. That sounds like, your friend Alex. And he goes, yeah, he told me to say that to you. And I said, yeah. I said, okay, so, so the goal, of course, is now, if you say his words and you do his things, you will have his life. Do you want to have his life? And he said, no. I said, then don't repeat those kinds of words, be around people that are going to inspire you to be a good person. So he did that. So it's that kind of thing that you yourself, you have to surround yourself with people that are going to not only bring the best out in you, but provoke ideas of change that are good. So you want to teach your kids that too. So I hope I answered your question. Okay. But anyway, so let's go to the law of focus.
Law of focus. Directed energy is powerful energy. Have faith in it. We cannot think of two different things at the same time. Therefore, pick the focus that will build on what you want to become, such as goals should be driven by what our values and the utilization of positive thoughts, not negative ones, are important. The body starts to take on congestion and disease when conflicting thoughts and emotions are more present within the mind, body, and complex. Okay.
Yeah, so the law of focus says that we can direct energy to anything. And so we have to look at the quality of what we're directing, with our focused intention. And when we do that, then the mechanism, the thing that we're focusing on changes. I remember my guides told me one time when something was happening with a crisis, I was trying to figure out if I was supposed to intervene. And so when I did say something to intervene, I turned to my guides and they said, with your interaction will affect the outcome. And what I interpreted that to be is you were giving me permission to intervene. So I did. And so the goal, of course, is to kind of focus, learn where you're focusing your energy, preliminary is awareness. So learn where are you focusing your energy? What is the quality of the focus? And what is the outcome? What happened when I did that? When you do those three things, you will start to figure out how to approach things and how to change things, so the quality of your focus actually helps. An example would be, you take your wallet out, you're making a payment on something, you're buying something, or you're writing a check to, to the electric company or the gas company, and your thoughts are, gosh darn, I gotta pay something else. It's depleting my funds, so all this is going into your wallet, and so unfortunately, what that does is that depletes your financial prosperity, because your wallet is a symbol of your prosperity. Just like when you get on to the computer and you're looking at your bank account, that represents your financial prosperity too. If I'm focusing on it and I'm putting that kind of energy in it, I'm not surprised if I'm not prosperous, So what I do is I always recommend people, if their wallet is their symbol of prosperity, or whatever they're looking on the computer for their prosperity, you want to clean the energy, counterclockwise movement 7 times, scoop out the thoughts and put it into, just like you're working on your energy field of your client, you're cleaning it. Your wallet got a little dusty from the trail, so to speak, by you projecting that focus, So you're cleaning the energy field of the wallet, and then you're drawing the Reiki symbols. If you're a Reiki person, and then you're putting your hand on here and you're being very specific, and you're saying, that everything that I send out, whether it's a payment or I'm giving somebody, that money comes back 300-fold or 200-fold into my wallet is financial prosperity, financial opportunities that are going to advance my financial prosperity for 3 months, within 3 months. And it will, because you're energizing your energy that way. So that's the law of focus. And it doesn't have to be prosperity, it can be anything, because if you're having pain in your shoulder, well, that's because there's no circulation, because there's stagnant thinking in there, and you have to change the energy there to be more prosperous, more energy flow, circulation, everything. You have to project that focus there, If you want your neighborhood to be more quiet, you want to ask for all the people to be virtuously guided in their sleep time, to be more aware of that, you know, and then send the energy of quietness and that they turn around and go, wow, that's kind of nice. I like that. I'm going to generate that. So there's so many ways of using the law of focus, because the quality that you project into a project or an intention or an object or a person affects that situation and also yourself. So does that make sense? Yes. So the law of focus is a really powerful thing. And we're gonna talk about the law of enhancement and significance.
The law of enhancements and significance. Rewards are a direct result of the energy and effort we put into it. Rewards are a direct result of using evolution energy mindfully on a consistent basis. Your helpers will cross the span of time and space to protect you and guide you so that you can not only heal yourself, but also help others, be they animals, plants, and people.
So the law of enhancements and significance is a really nice law. And we talk about it as rewards, you know, so what are rewards in the universe? Well, opportunities, you know, a good fortune, you know, things like that. I remember I didn't know this, but you know, there was a surgical procedure that was going to be happening that I needed to be part of so I could help. And I got a phone call and, you know, that, you know, the 4 people rescheduled for the next day and I was able to be there, you know? So that is called the law of enhancement and significance. So your angels and your helpers know that, okay, you're going to have to be over here. Let me fix this for you so your schedule will be better. And I didn't do that. But I was very, very appreciative to be able to do that, to be able to receive that. So the rewards and the significant things occur because you have guides that are, and you encourage them, you ask them to help you. You know, you ask them if there's something that's unforeseen that in my journey that's going to help others, please, without harming me, without harming my finances, you know, please help me to help them in the way that I'm supposed to. So it works so wonderfully and it's just a wonderful thing. And, you know, the rewards are things that you value. Think about the things you value and think about if you're helping so much and you're doing a lot of things that are promoting your evolution, take a look and see if you're getting more of those rewards. And when you do, express gratitude. You know, express gratitude for it. So the more you sucre onto that, the more it sucres onto you. What does that mean? It means you'll get more rewards, more significance. So any questions? Okay, so we talked about the law of economy and so there's different ways of, so if in the law of economy, now the law of economy states that if you use your energy for more than yourself, you get a lot of energy that flows through you that the universe gives you. An example of that would be like, you know, I'm teaching this class, right? And giving you more information about how the universe works and all of that. So what's going to happen is I'm going to get more information that I didn't even know about. You know, so, and that's the way it works because the law of economy says, if I'm going to step into that platform to do that, the universe is going to say, oh, great. Well, let me give you some more information. Let me give you some more help so you can continue to do that, you know? So if you bring about some level of awareness for someone or some level of healing for someone, you want to accept that healing for yourself. So because what you give, you receive. So if you're helping someone, ask for that help for yourself as well. So that's important. That's part of the law of economy. So you want to read the next one?
Mm-hmm. The law of working with the universe. The most valuable rewards require patience and an understanding of divine timing. The lords of karma are in charge of dispensing events, situations, be they comfortable or uncomfortable, for the purpose of giving you an opportunity to evolve. You can work with the universe on how you learn. You can also ask for guidance and help from nature and the elements such as water, wind, weather, etc. Begin by blessing them and advocating for them.
So we work in ceremonies. We have ceremonies, you know, we have the Inipi ceremony, we have the Chanupa ceremony, we have the smudging ceremony. The ceremony is just this, you having a stillness and also an aspect of interacting with nature in some way for an intention, whether it be cleansing yourself, healing someone, or that's a ceremony. So, and yes, we do have tools like our drumming and everything, but those are not a mandatory thing for you to have ceremonies. Ceremony is really a way of developing a platform to work with the universe. So working with the universe and asking for the nature to come through you to provide healing for something. It could be for yourself. So you can visualize yourself in a sphere of light in front of you, and you can do a smudging or just a short prayer, and you can invoke for nature to come through you and the frequencies and the vibrations that are needed for your healing. And you put yourself in front of you and you ask for your guides to send healing energy for your physical healing, your physical wellness, and also knowledge on what to do to maintain it. And just put your hands out and allow for that energy to flow through you. When that energy flows through you, you will get some more insights about you. You'll get some more insights about the situation. You'll get some more insights on what to do. So it's just a really great thing. And when we're working with the universe, there's something called divine timing. And divine timing isn't our timing, it's when it's perfect for everything to fall into place, for something to transpire. So we always look for that. But working with the law of working with the universe, we develop our what's called our telepathic faculties. So telepathic faculties means that when you're getting a piece of information about something that you're working on, that you get like holographic pieces of information. You know, you get images, thoughts, feelings, and understandings about where it came from, why it's there, and what you can do about it. So telepathic information is how they're transmitting that information to you, sometimes in symbols. Symbols are the universe's language, and symbols are the universe's way of sending you a packet of energy that's jam-packed with information. So you want to write down the symbol, and you want to ask about the symbol, and you want to, so because the symbolism of something that they gave you has a lot of components that maybe you won't be able to perceive everything at that moment, but you inquire about it and you'll get some information. Telepathic skills and energy also means that you can send a thought, a feeling, or an intention to someone else, or to an animal, or to a plant. And you want to practice, you know, how does that get better? By using the law of, you know, good intentions, you know, sending a loving thought to an animal, or sending a loving thought to a person, and, you know, using the higher vibrations to use telepathic channels. And when you start to do that, then they start to develop a little bit more better. So, so the telepathic information and communication skills are rediscovered in us when we start using them the way the universe wants them to be used, which is in a good way, you know, in a very good way. So, any questions about that? Okay, so we're going to talk about the law of connection.
The law of connection. The past, present, and future are all connected, and with this knowledge, we can modify this energy for ourselves and others. Because we are all connected, we can use this connection to provide healing to sentient beings, past and present.
Yeah, so the law of connection says that we are all connected, and that's so true. And that's why we feel so uncomfortable about the things that are happening in the world right now. You know, there's wars, there are these individuals that, you know, are very harmful. There are individuals that want to promote chaos and lies. You know, the lower vibrations always want to promote chaos first. That's the first thing they want, because once they promote chaos, then the most susceptible people will step onto the bandwagon and, you know, kind of, as people would say, drink the Kool-Aid, or, you know, and never come back from that place, which is not true. They can. So we want to make sure that the chaos does not exist, only in the form of, you know, something productive, you know. I have noticed on my Facebook page, just this past couple of months, that all of a sudden I'm getting all of these uploads of, you know, the mysteries of the universe, or the forgotten tombs of whoever, you know, and I'm looking at these, and one of them was, you know, like, you know, when the astronauts landed on the moon, you know, and there was a statement, you know, and it, you know, these, truths of untruths, or something like that website. And they said, we never landed on the moon, and this is why. And there was one of the astronauts that landed on the moon that was in the picture, and there was a cat, you know, on the planet. And I thought to myself, oh my God, who would believe this? You know, first of all, the cat's not wearing a helmet, you know, I mean, you know, or anything like that. You know, I thought, you know, and I asked my guides, I said, what is this? You know, and I saw the comments like, oh, we didn't go to the moon. I go, oh gosh, you know, and I used to be a programmer, you know, when I worked for Ameritech. And in order to make extra money, you know, which I like to make extra money when I was in my 20s, I was a programmer. There would be organizations that would say, if you can create content for us, you know, we'll pay for you. We'll pay for the content, you know. And it was like, you know, things that were silly, you know, like, you know, sugar versus brown sugar, and, you know, and all of this stuff. But when it got to the point where it was not good, you know, that you're creating content to create chaos, to create, you know, untruths, I would not have anything to do with it. Whereas there's some programmers that were getting a lot of money for creating content, to do one thing. And this is what happens on the internet. I asked my guides, I said, why is this happening? And they said, they're hired hackers who are creating this foolish, gullible content to find susceptible people who would be gullible enough to believe this. Because if they would believe that, then the next thing they would feed these people is another untruth about the election. And I thought, you know, I'm going to take some time here, and I'm going to answer this person that said, you know, what, we didn't go to the moon? And I said, the cat does not have a helmet. Think about that. You know? And, you know, this is just to kind of, it's like a fishnet that they're trying to bring in people that are, you know, stupid and gullible. And because if they can believe that, then they're going to believe the next thing I'm going to feed them. And I put that in there, and I blocked it, reported it, everything. I did that like, I don't know, 10 times for different types of things. And because I know that these are hired hackers that are trying to find people who are very susceptible, very easily manipulated, and to bring them forth in untruths about the election. And that's what it is, you know. So I encourage you, if you see that you answer appropriately and say, this is these are hired hackers that are trying to see who's gullible enough to believe this, you know. So, but it does take time to do that. But I said, I can't not do it. I can't ignore this, you know. This is, somebody's got to tell them, you know, that they should not be doing this. But anyway, so yes. So, oh, I thought you were asking a question. So, so we're going to do the law of here and now.
The law of here and now. One cannot be present if we are looking backwards. Extract the wisdom of a past event, send a blessing of evolution, peace and healing to the rest of the event. Make a commitment of energetic restitution, which can be you making an energy statement that you will do good things on behalf of someone whom you hurt in the past or expressing.
Okay, so the law of here and now says we can't be in two places at one time, except for if you're a mystic. You know, if you're a mystic, you can use mystical time and be in many, many places. But it also says that you can't, if you're in the past and you maintain your existence in the past, it's very uncomfortable. And you don't want to do that. You want to be in the here and now, and you want to extract the wisdom and leave everything else. Leave everything else, because it does imprint your physical body. And you don't want that to happen. You want your body to move forward, even though things have not been good. You are not those things. And I tell people, you're a good person. Things happen, and you don't want to think of yourself as a bad person because this happened. You just want to extract the wisdom and let go of everything else and move forward. And then we're going to talk about fostering a deeper connection with nature, spirit guides, and nature spirits. So fostering a connection with them is, first of all, introducing yourself in a friendship with them. In order to have a friend, you must be a friend, right? Okay, so that means, in the morning, ask for all your guides to be present and ask them to help you with anything that's happening during the course of the day. And also ask them to help your loved ones, ask them to help your children be guided by, good energy, provide healing for my family member. They're not bound by time. They are not bound by energy. They have all the energy in the world, and they never get tired. So you can ask, before I leave work, I have a long list that I give my guides to do, and they love it because they want very much to help, and they don't get tired. So the preliminary stages of developing a deeper connection with nature, your spirit guides, your spirit helpers, is to first acknowledge that there is a friendship and there is a connection. And second, ask for them to help and advocate for them. I advocate for the plants all the time. I advocate for the animals all the time. And they know that. And I've heard them many times when I've walked by that, she's helping us. Let's send her a blessing. She's helping us. What can we do for her? And I ask them, how can I enhance the power and medicine that you offer? And I had one person who, they couldn't figure out why the antibiotics were not helping this girl, and she was having some major problems with her bladder and a lot of things. So I asked one of the plants that I know very well can help that. I asked for that plant specifically to tell me what to do to help her. And also, when I ask for you to help her, please help her 120%. And so she took it, and the next day she had no fever. She had nothing going on. It was amazing. But I did tell her, you have to continue for 14 days. Even though you're better and everything's hunky-dory, you have to continue for 14 days. Because that's what the plant said. And I'm not going to go up against what the plant said, because the plant told me, and I'm not going to ignore it. I've done that before, and then I went right. So you do want to, to talk to the plant, like, every day I take a little bit of this wheatgrass and I make it into a water, and I make a prayer, and I say, I need your help here, here, and here, and I drink it. And the plant will do that, the plant. Now I will drink this. Now, if somebody on the other side of the planet needs help, I would drink it and dedicate it to them, give them the energy. And you can do that too. So it's a good thing. The plant can help. So today we're going to work on bundles. We're going to work on bundles, but my guides told me it'd be better if I told you in an email what 2 bundles we were gonna do, and I want you to harvest, not me. I want you to go out and get connected to the plants and harvest those things. And when we harvest, we make a prayer, and you'll get that in the email. We make a prayer that we harvest these plants on behalf of making a smudge stick for whatever it is that you need, you know, so when that's what you do when you harvest it. And then you get some very thin, nice 100% cotton twine. And you take the plants that you harvested and you make them like even and in front of you. And then you take the bottom of it and you tie a knot to make it nice and tight. And then what you do is you cross the cord, the twine, cross it, and then you hold it up against your heart. So it's going up to the sky, and you say, Father Sky, and then you flip it down, Mother Earth, Father Sky, Mother, until you complete the wand. So, so I'm going to send you that specific things that I want you to harvest. And I'd like you to do it right away, because, you know, that way you're connecting with the plants and all of that. It's not hard to find these things, but I want you to do that. And then I want to see I want to see it. You know, you can take a picture of it. You can bring it to the meditation on December the 1st when we come together again, but I want to see it. And then when it's time, you're going to use that smudge stick for yourself. Cleanse yourself. You don't have to do the whole thing. You can do a little bit of it, but it would be important. So is that good? All right. So, just want to make sure I covered everything. So the lifestyle of a shaman is exactly what we did today. The pressing of the fingers to activate the nervous system, to give you a cleansing or a healing or an empowering energy is something I want you to practice every day. And when you're ready, you want to show it to someone else, a family member, someone else, because when you teach somebody else, you're tapping into the law of economy, but you're also deepening that practice in you. Yes, yeah. So there's 2 people. So Patrick, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just, no, I didn't have a question. I was just like,
Oh, no.
Okay.
Maybe it's in the notes, but we use a ring finger for one and use the.
You start here. So it's
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3. So the first one was, bringing the 2 together.
Yeah.
Heart, that's first. Second one was, you know, to press the fingers together to just these 2 for see, I have my notes here somewhere. For being with your future self.
Future self is that.
Third is bringing a past nurturing time back into your nervous system. And then the third one was when you were seeing yourself a year from now. So that's 1, 2, and 3. And you want to practice. Now, if you just want to work with one, press your pointing finger and your thumb together to activate when you were loved, when you were nurtured, when you were accepted, when you were empowered. Do that one. Because when you do that one and you need it, you're pressing that energy and activating. That's really good medicine. That's really, really good medicine. Yes.
I noticed that it's for some of them you use your non-dominant hand and some dominant hand. Is that like?
Yeah.
Reason?
No.
What you use in one?
Okay, so at this point, it doesn't matter which one you use, you know. So long as you're pressing enough to send a message to your nervous system to remember what you just did. It's the nervous system, so here's the column of light. And then the nervous system comes out of the spine and goes into the rest of the body to send you a memory or an activity or a command to move your arm or whatever. So the nervous system is a way of expressing and integrating an experience into your body. So that's why we use the nervous system. So any other questions?
Billie, will you tell us where to go for the plan?
Yeah, and well, I'll kind of tell you, you know, so I mean, because they're pretty common.
Okay.
So they're pretty common, you know, if I say go harvest the cedar, there's cedar all over, you know, things like that. So, yeah. So now when I was learning this, I didn't have papers, I didn't have books, and I certainly didn't have, my teacher said, okay, I just wrote that Reiki symbol, tomorrow you show me what it is, and I go, but you remember, you know, and so when you're challenged a whole bunch, you become your best self because you have to step into your own resilience to get that done. And the warrior does come through, you know, so having said that, I'm going to, do you have any questions online? Hi, Kay. Hi, Natalie. Hi, do any of you have questions?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Concerning the teaching of holding the person in the golden sphere and not allowing them to move out of that sphere and then releasing their energies. This feels like I'm coming up against free choice and forcing them to release maybe something they're not ready to release.
Mhm. Okay, so the golden sphere is like, it's like kind of like a blessing around them. They can leave anytime they want.
Ah, okay. I misunderstood then. Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Any other questions?
I have a question. I wanted to know with the 3 fingers, do you use both hands or just one hand?
Okay, so use both hands or one hand for
When you're doing the taking yourself to a loving place, the thumb and the pointer finger.
Yes, that's a good question. When you're pressing the fingers, you only have to use one hand.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Any other questions? Okay, wonderful.
I have
Well, how
one.
beautiful to see all these wonderful people on the internet. It's great.
Billie?
Thank you.
May I have you one question yet? This is Joyce. Any ideas now for the next month? I think it's going to be a rock and roll environment after the election. And how do we keep ourselves, you know, really just balanced and for
Oh,
whatever
you're
happens?
talking about the election?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Number one, whenever there's big change, there's going to be challenge, you know, and a little bit of chaos, but the goal, of course, is to send energy. Well, ask all the people that are unaware to be virtuously mentored during their sleep time, so they become more mindful, more mature, and more in the qualities of evolution. That's all you want to do, you know. So you actually, you're helping them to evolve. So, but I'm sure you know, or maybe you don't know, that you know, this is going to be promoting a big change, and it will be challenged, but that's okay. Let it be challenged. But you know, President Harris is going to win. That's going to happen. So because that's the change that's happening, and thank goodness. I mean, and the president after her is going to be even better than her. So that's going to happen too. So
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank
what?
you.
Oh, you're
I
welcome.
said thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. And I want you to have we're going to do this closing circle together. So I'm going to have everyone extend their hands out. You don't have to hold the other person's hand, but extend your hand out and close your eyes. And by the power of my good merits, I invoke by the power of my good merits for all of these wonderful people to be blessed 1,000-fold with happiness, peace, joy, contentment. And thank you very much for this wonderful information. And thank you to all of our wonderful guides and helpers. Please continue to help us. Please continue to bless us with good health and wisdom so we can step in the world and create a sacred space one person at a time. And to replace our fears and concerns and replace it with wisdom, and that we participate in that wisdom and that our guides help us and support us at all times. And in full faith and blessings to our families, good health and happiness and safety. In full faith, so be it now. Thank you. So I want to thank all of you for being with me today. It's a pleasure and an honor. Don't forget to sign up for the Sacred Predictions. This is where you're going to learn a lot of information, not just about the election, but the housing market and what Mother Nature is going to do, and the financial state of America and all of that. And so so register for the class. It's really great. It's all online. And we do have the Reiki Vision Board, which is going to be really good. And you can register for that too. And I thank you so very much, and many blessings to all of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And if you can get a chance to take a brownie home or something, really would appreciate that.